We had it for you before the architecture. Let's leave that up, and then we can
kind of
adjust
the
this again.
high level
We
speed.
could, when we're ready, then you can do the meeting for this report. And then, now, people, I'm gonna go to
We're not tearing it out, so don't think you're gonna tell the
when you
homeless
look, so
they're
you can see your
gonna
bottom there.
that won't
And
happen.
then that.
565.
I was waiting for you to take a breath.
309. So anyway,
I'm gonna go check the registry.
I wanna make sure that we don't
They
feel
file
all
the
together.
stuff,
I don't know if
so.
you're part of
Senate
what
Bill
half of my
65,
presentation on
309.
the
This is
thoughts were,
different.
but that's kinda at least.
Different money?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, I don't.
no, that's
Morning,
fine.
Jay.
So I talked to Ray yesterday.
We were just kinda
He
debriefing
said,
quickly so
I will,
we
he
can
put Chris on.
dance well together,
tapes.
or at least
And I have a
harmonize.
person that sent me the excerpts from the tapes and a letter. stating that
So the thing is Gigundo, and it may take a long time to load. If it ends up being an issue, we can either use my machine
Second one, they
or
remind us to-
roll with the
so
PDF
we're gonna
either
just
way.
make it correct.
I might
We're gonna
grab
switch you over.
hard copies,
What do you do?
set them out on the, I can do that later if I wanna clutter up people's areas.
You're almost made it.
Tomorrow.
I guess he did not.
I can be impatient when it
Click,
comes
click,
to
click, click.
technology.
No, it's fine.
I heard it.
I'm with you.
Then it opens up.
Yeah, yeah, I said we'll.
Circle went away.
Oh, there we go, it's trying, it's chewing.
Anyway, everybody in town knows that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wish you were on
Yeah, that's right.
What was the words from the meeting?
Wanna have it on when Tracy was live.
And then Chuck.
And then if we use this laser, this is the QS.
You better make sure that they have copies of this too, so.
Oh, sure.
Yes,
And then actually it's this one, that's the one for the,
When it's done.
for the clickers.
I do. Good morning, how are you?
It's really good.
Good morning, Casey.
It's always fun, I was in
Hi.
Berrien County yesterday, their IT folks were very
Good.
and we were trying to,
Carmen.
yeah.
Cool, fine.
Gary, I got your message yesterday.
Word.
That there.
And
I
then-
do have some notes that might help me out kind of down in the bottom if we get to a point where we can see that. That'd be great.
No, I know, but I wanted to.
Wow. And then your notes were there?
On the agenda.
And then is that, you have to wait for
Her
this?
sheet looks like that too.
Okay, alright, good luck.
That's why I come early, because they take time.
That's right.
Um,
And that's makes you correct, that you're all set, so, you're welcome. Okay. Oh, but this is Tracy's spot, but she said she'll slide off to the
Yeah,
side.
I'll slide off the side, you can have it.
Or this spot, she could also slide there next to the
More applications.
No. Well,
Yeah, there you
Turn
go.
this on too, so it should go green in a minute. That's right. That's not for you. You are recorded because it's live streamed.
do I need to be near a mic or can they pick me up?
They should pick you up as long as you
I
speak
tend to be pretty
clearly
loud,
and
my dad is
loud.
hard of hearing.
Yeah, otherwise, if there's a concern, this moves only about an inch.
Well, that's something you can flag me down, I can
We
stop
gonna
my
do this?
I'm not loud enough.
The electrical
And
stuff
we
is
have two
now out at
cameras, one
16
above
weeks.
Gary, the one that's gonna capture you.
Yeah, so those are the pedestals.
So you can live stream
We'll
it.
see what we can do.
so that yeah, wow.
Post-COVID amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Looks like it's all set up
There,
there.
I think we're good, I'm gonna grab some.
Did you get to the conservation?
Can you give me that damn study?
Can I get you a copy of it?
I mean, is there one laying around? That was a 98-page board packet.
Yep.
Sorry.
Can't you shorten those things up just a touch?
That's why we're here to talk about it today.
I didn't wanna waste my ink, cause I just bought another ink cartridge and now my machine's going, we need more ink. Oh, he's got it right.
I've got the presentation printed out for everybody so that you got it.
Okay.
Sometimes the
He's-
glare.
Do you want a copy of this?
No, If you want a copy of the report,
I
It'll happen when it'll.
I can make
you a copy.
when you get a chance, I'll put it in my crystal folder.
It's gonna be Blackbear's gonna do the electrical work.
That's probably getting pretty thick.
It is, but you guys knew that they restored the dam down on Rouge.
What if it doesn't, we can't do this
Henry
until
Ford,
spring?
they just finished it off.
well, they're pulling out dams all over.
People aren't gonna take it out there.
You know, it's gonna be, I tell you what, it's like I told you guys the other night, I'm glad I'm not in your shoes. This is very easy for me, but it's different, you guys are the call.
It ain't gonna happen out there.
We started our budget meeting.
So,
I mean, there's money out there too. It's not like we're talking to
Trying to
people
figure out
about
my
money.
budget for what, see what ARPA,
we'll see.
pro maintenance.
They could pull 2 tractors up
When
next
Dr.
to that
Schofield
dam.
walked out the door, he left me a letter about.
It's, these guys own thousands of acres, millions of dollars. They're not.
I hope so. I don't know. All it takes, you can do anything, you know, people, you do this, you do that, you can do anything as long as you have money. You know, and lately with the prices of everything, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You can't find laborers, you know, the material in our world has gotten a little bit better. Storm sewer, manholes, that sort of stuff isn't bad. It's the water main and mainly water main projects that are just, you beat your head against the wall. We had a dredging job that went over a force main here a couple weeks ago. And the DPW guys, so you're not gonna go anywhere near that force main, right? You're gonna know the full over, this is good. If you break that, it's 52 weeks before I can get the parts to fix it.
A year with no
I'm like, that's
water.
a year, he's like, yeah. I'm like,
No
okay,
water.
yeah.
Yeah, that one will.
Through that whole time,
Carrying buckets to the
they'd be
toilet.
pumping it, taking that pump station, pushing it into a truck and hauling it. Which is way less than what else.
Don't wanna go there.
Hi, Martha.
How are you?
Pretty darn good, how are you?
Fine, thanks.
Boy, that was quite a meeting the other night.
I want to ask you about, the museum in Golden Township,
So-
the old Golden Township
Sure,
Hall.
understand what
Is
you're
that
saying.
run by the
They
township?
put in, because I'm not familiar with what.
By the
exactly
Oceana
it is.
Historical? Huh, when's that open?
You could make
Because of
one
COVID, we
new drop
just had
zone
not opened it, and we've got
and use it like a riser
volunteer
and make
shortage.
it.
Yeah.
Well, I wanna have something there this fall at the Golden Parade, you know, the annual Golden Parade. I want the doors open.
Certainly.
I'll probably put all, I've got a lot of Carolyn Curtis art, and we'll make the big room nice for the Golden Parade. But even then, we might get 15 people go through there. It's,
What are the ideas, what are the items like?
Yeah, that's, how many, you had, what, maybe 15 all day Saturday?
Just right now.
yeah, and that's a good day.
Yeah,
This is the MTA book. That's where I live.
I knew you lived in Lake.
Yeah, that's it.
I've got a,
MTA book this month.
I like it. I've got a, years ago, I had a picture of me taken in front of the Lake Post Office.
Yeah.
I pointed at the zip code.
Yeah,
Lake
there's-
Michigan's got its own zip code. Did you know that?
Yeah.
People look, it's really funny.
I live in Lake Michigan. I love telling people
I
that.
love telling people that.
So I just thought that was neat.
No, you're lucky.
Well,
Very
spend
nice.
it, just let it
In a
spend.
nowhere.
We're about 3 miles from there.
Couldn't spend.
Rickett State Trail.
Mhm.
That's nice.
Well, right.
Yeah, the trail goes right by
People kinda like
the
that.
thing
The
there,
other-
and
the other
that
thing
runs
was
right into
structure.
Firewall
Usually
up
what,
through
in a
Coleman.
situation like that, you'd see like a
Yeah.
concrete
Yeah,
house,
snowmobiles, Claire and Baldwin.
and then there'd be like a riser pipe. But that comes with safety concerns too, because then you put a little prop that people should get hurt. And but right now, it's like out of shoes, because it's super size. So, but that's better than if you're hurt.
Oh, okay, so I'll still walk through them. I gotta give you
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought that was neat. They just built that. That's a little building for them. It's a pop-up shop. And people can rent it so they can run their business out of there.
Muskegon was building those, you know, downtown.
Mhm.
There's a whole little village out there.
Well, that's what happens when,
That's the problem.
Yeah.
David
Good
Dial,
morning.
So, yeah.
How are you?
Super Township Supervisor for Garfield.
Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, he came from, Flint.
Yeah,
Flint area and moved up there.
Woke up
So he's got a little bit of that, big town ideas. He even plays the saxophone at his board.
Probably, I was from when that cool did, probably autobot did.
Yeah, there you go.
Something to do with
He mentioned all that, sharing that information with me.
Yeah.
It was pretty interesting.
When you read all through and then the spinning with it, it's always the same. No, I'm sorry.
So I just-
I have Walt here to see. Yeah, he was, I joined that. He's been 5 years out, here's the judge. He's just a gas.
Yeah, I came up with that.
They're working with the community and trying to, I think.
Yep, south side, yep, fire and center
Step
door
at a
area.
time. I think the other night.
He did a really good job too, Tim.
Let's see, not us
I
personally, we
was
might be
very
inspecting him, but we didn't.
happy.
design it.
They'll give you a quote. I don't think it
Stage this right
There he is.
I tell you, John, I'm looking at him, like, I'm
Answer.
I have a history.
We're gonna convert 26.
Yes.
That was Mr. Beck.
How we doing?
You see my leaf truck out there?
I did. You might have seen this. I was given this.
Cody borrowed it. Driving because he was having construction repairs.
Uh-huh.
We got a full agenda, so we'll probably want to start.
September.
Thank you.
Hello, how are you? I'll drive it back down.
Fine, thank you.
Take it right to the shop.
Yeah, there's no hurry.
Okay. So I figured I was like,
Yep, we'll get right there.
First I know all they use it for is plowing. How
We
big?
do. But, so, Cody. Cody's, I don't know what he's doing for vehicles. Good thing is, this truck's underwater. No, well, the transmission.
Oh.
You could show it on the shipping card. You go down the road, it's very
I was sitting there at the shop, looking at the schedule, it's a disaster, my phone.
pressure on your part.
No, we're all here on almost, almost 10 to 9. Almost.
I gotta see if we're about ready. Yeah. You're about ready too?
I'm ready.
She's ready. Like to call the meeting to order.
Makes sense.
Roll call.
Mr. Beggs?
Here.
Mr. Christians?
Here.
Mr. Morse? Mr. Walker?
Here.
Mr. Hardy?
Here.
Ms. Mayette? Here. Mr. Erickson?
Here. Minutes of July 14.
Motion to approve, Walker.
Motion made by Walker, second by
Hardy. Hardy.
Second by Hardy. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Agenda, would there be any additions to our agenda today? The only thing we have on it is Crystal Valley Dam. All in favor of the agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Any public comment? Would we have any public comment at this time in regards to the agenda items before us?
Yep.
Mr. Heislop?
Would you like me to speak before call?
I think you could, yep.
Okay. Want me up there?
Yes. That way we can get you on camera.
What a treat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Lee Heslop, Crystal Township. There should be a handout floating around. I want to thank you for taking action in January when I was at my first meeting here. You were going to make a decision on what to do with the dam, and I didn't think you had enough information. So thank you for investing in the engineering. It's going to be quite revealing. If you've not read the report ahead of time, it's a very good presentation. You need a little more information. In the presentation that I've given you, I'm going to ask you the question, who are we in Oceana County? We're an agricultural county. There's the ag census in that presentation that tells you that we have, let's see, $124,691,000 in 2017 in ag production. That does not include the dollar amount for processing and handling. There's about 250 farms. We have a tremendous amount of national forest, at least in Crystal Township and other parts of the county. 40-some% of those ag people hire migrant help. Why is that important to this presentation? I think that the county park and Crystal Dam serve a tremendous service to the migrant community with soccer, softball, and the hard courts. How important is the Crystal watershed? I think that it's so important that I've been talking to Soil Conservation, I've been talking to you, I've been talking to the Road Commission. As a residential builder, I discovered that when you build a development, you create hard surfaces. With the roof, the paving, the driveways, that water has to go somewhere. Water will always go downhill. With all the agricultural, with land that we have and the soils that we have, a lot of sand, that sand and sediment is ending up in the creeks. It impedes the fish habitat. I know there are people that would love to save our creeks for the fish. I love fish myself. But I think the Crystal watershed serves a larger purpose, and I would like to spend the next couple of years, if I get elected in November, promoting that, and I need your help doing that. Can we save the dam? Yes, we can save the dam. Can we do it affordably? I think you're going to get a pretty good presentation. Yes. Can we tear it out? Yes. Can we rebuild it and put in a new one? Yeah. Pricey. Where are we going to get the money? According to the ag census, our county is going to drop over the next 20 years. Crystal Valley has already exceeded the reduction. We're down to 635 people. Their production was only going to be in 800 and some, so we're down already. By 2040, we're going to be down even more. Are we going to see our ag land go away? I don't think so. Are we going to start filling it up with solar panels? I hope not. We're going to continue to be farmers. That is going to continue to put a damper on our income. Let's back up a little bit. What have we been told in the last 30 days? We have historic amounts of money in Lansing. I've tried to get it, and I was told by Senator Bumstead, you're not going to get any money for a low hazard, low impact dam. So that's probably not going to happen. In the last week, we've been told there's historic funding coming from electric vehicle purchases and chip purchases. What do electric vehicles need? Anybody? Electricity. What can we make with a stream? Hydroelectricity. The technology is improved. The costs have gone down. It's not a large flowing river or creek. It's not the Colorado. Well, let's not use the Colorado. They're about out of water. But it flows all the time. There are springs there. In fact, there's I believe an artesian flowing out of the ground right now on 144th. Can we utilize that? Can we find a grant writer to get us some money to fix our roads? Yes. To save the dam? Yes. Does it serve an economic purpose? Yes, it does. And I think it serves the underserved migrant helpers that we need. We have to have them. So in your presentation there, I hope you'll find some data that will help you. Importantly, I hope that you'll look up the library and the page number for the deed from 1934. My memory's not good enough to recite the names. Cindy brought us in an abstract at the first meeting that indicated that the Tow family provided acreage for the dam. Well, indeed, the Whitaker family and 5 others, the Aggersons, the Birdsalls, the Whitakers, the Jensens, the Browns, and the Poe and the Allen families, all in a 6-day page deed, provided land for the construction and the maintenance easement of that dam. I think that's been overlooked. Now, I'll apologize, some of my verbiage is a little bit harsh, I thought, because I sometimes become a little impatient. I became quite successful as a systems builder, so we employed a system where we actually built a new home, 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, in 29 days. Don't do that. Your plumbers, contractors, nobody will love each other from that day forward. But what I learned was you have to have a system. I think we're missing that system currently, but we have time. Hope I'm not over my 5 minutes. Do you have any questions? Do you have any advice? Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Fortin?
Any other public comment?
Well, would there be any other public comment at this time? Mr. Fortin?
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your time today. I asked when I got here how much time I had, and I was told 2 hours, and so I'll try to be brief. Just kidding. We do have a lot of information to go over, and I will try to be somewhat brief, but I will also want to give you the details that you need to make a decision and how best to move forward. My name is Paul Fortin. I know I've met some of you, but if you have not met me before, I manage our Grand Rapids office for Spicer Group. We're an engineering firm here in Michigan and Atlanta, Georgia, incidentally. And we specialize in watershed projects, dams, and county drain repairs, stream restorations, and things like that, in addition to our other groups. Our task was to generate a report for you to discuss kind of the history and the background of the dam. What I'd like to do is go over some of the existing conditions of the dam itself. We're going to talk about alternatives. We were also tasked with looking at dredging, the possibility of dredging, and then talk about next steps. If you're not familiar with the dam, it obviously is in Crystal Township. We are just northwest of 196 in Madison. So the little impoundment there with the park, that is the dam that we're going to be discussing today. I have some historic photos later, but in general in the 1800s, this was just a natural stream that flowed through the area. In the early 1900s, a railroad was constructed. In the mid-1900s, or by the mid-1900s, that railroad was decommissioned. At that point, a spillway had been constructed. There was a mill pond that was present, and again, some of these items you'll be able to see in the photos coming up. The actual structure itself, when we look at dams, this particular structure is a 20-foot wide concrete spillway. That's going to be of importance a little bit later on. The embankment itself that holds the water back in is approximately 500 feet. There's a 5.5 acre impoundment as it sits today, so the pond itself on the west side of the road is about 5.5 acres. There are multiple owners, so as the county, you own a portion of the dam, and as I understand it, the north portion is privately owned by the homeowner there. There have been several repairs completed over the years. If you weren't around 2001 and 2011, there were both significant repair projects that were completed at those times. The main reason that we are here is the dam inspection that was completed by Eagle. Their inspection indicated that the dam itself is in poor condition. There were several items that were noted as the cause of that. Primarily there's seepage and soil transport. Seepage isn't always a bad thing. We actually see that in most of the dams that we inspect across the state. But when that seepage, so what is seepage? Seepage is when the water is being held at a higher elevation up in the pond. There's always pressure for that water to move through the ground. And it always finds the path of least resistance. And usually where it comes out is at the toe of the slope on the downstream side. So you've got the pond pushing that water through, and it comes up typically at the downstream slope. When you start to see that seepage up on the embankment itself, that's when you know you have concerns, because that water is short-cutting through. It's not going down and under, it's literally going through the embankment. And we do see that on the dam here. Specifically, if you've been out there on the south side of the concrete spillway, about 5 or 10 feet, if you walk up and down that slope, it's super saturated, super soft material. When we, again, with that seepage, moving water isn't a problem, but when it starts to move soil, now we have an issue, because when you see soil moving in that seepage, that dirt is coming from somewhere, right? And it's coming from the embankment or somewhere within it. That means a void is forming and problems can be happening. So these are things that we look for. The state did this dam inspection for you guys, but I do them across the state, so we're looking for the very same things that the state's looking for. One of the major concerns that they identified is there are trees on the embankment. That's an issue, because if you have a tree standing there and it blows over in the wind and that root ball pops up, now you have a void, water can blow through and you can lose your embankment. They also, trees and vegetation hide burrowing animals. Woodchucks love that, the muskrats like that. They can tuck in and burrow, and those voids also create safety hazards for dams. Slope stability was mentioned in Eagle's report. The upstream slope, I guess the slopes are not what we'd like to see on a designed dam. And they're steep, in general they're too steep on the upstream side. We'd like to see those more on a 3-on-1 slope where you're out 3 feet and down 1 foot. They're currently steeper than that. When you have trees on an embankment, that can exacerbate those problems. You don't have enough material there if one tips or falls. Also, there's numerous stumps out there on the dam. Trees have roots, right? Where do they go? Well, they seek water. When that tree dies and those roots rot, those root channels can provide paths and avenues for the water to flow through. And when you start to get those areas of concentrated flow, it can really be an issue for the stability of the embankment. In addition to those issues, the deteriorating concrete out there, I've got some photos that we'll go through shortly, because I realize that words and me speaking is quite boring. So there's deteriorating concrete that we can look at. And then there's also the issue of capacity. And when I talk about capacity, when we design a dam or inspect dams, we look at the capacity, or how much water that dam can pass. And so I'll just jump to the next photo here. There we go. This is a photo of the dam itself, just from the downstream side looking up. The pond is going to be, and I bet, yeah, lasers don't work on the TV, so I'll be Vanna White here. The top crest here, that pond, is being held behind this at an elevation set to the top of that concrete. And any water above and beyond that spills over that concrete crest. And so again, going back to this thought of capacity, the only water that can pass through there is going to be limited by that cross section, or that area of the opening that water can spill through. This particular dam, being a low hazard dam, needs to pass the 100-year storm event. And you get into statistics and engineered stuff, and it's just crazy. But basically, statistically speaking, there's a 1% chance that a storm will deliver 6 inches of water in a 24-hour period. And I'm going to round the numbers a little bit, but the current standard and what Eagle looked at when they analyzed this dam is from data called Bulletin 71. We were using Bulletin 71 when I was in college. It's been around for a while. Lately, we've been using data from NOAA that's called Atlas 14 data. And we've had that for a couple of years. So as we're designing our larger projects, we're actually using the newer data set. However, if you read the dam inspection report, they're saying, boy, we barely have capacity here on this dam to handle the 100-year storm. Remember, that's the old data. So we're looking at a 6-inch rainfall event versus an Atlas 14. It's almost a 7-inch rainfall event with the updated data. And that's going to be important a little bit later on. So we'll come back to that. But this is a great picture just to talk about capacity, because as that rectangle fills up with water, once it hits the top, where does it go? Well, then it has to go over the earthen embankment. And that's what causes dams to fail. And we've had a front row seat to that in Michigan over the last several years, unfortunately. And I don't know if any of you folks have been on the east side of the state, but certainly you could not miss the articles coming out of the east side of the state. So critical things about this particular picture, again, that weir crest, the top, that very top elevation of the concrete, that holds the pond back at the elevation that is desired. It's been that way since it's been built. You can see some of the wear in the concrete. I'll just point that out now. There's an exposed rebar here, and you can see some spalling on both walls. Moving through some of the photos here, we'll go a little bit more quickly. This is a picture of the top of one of the concrete walls. Again, you can just see how the concrete itself is deteriorating. Concrete's an amazing product. It lasts a really long time, but it does have a service life. And usually one of the limiting factors with that is the steel rebar. So concrete's really great in compression. You can push on cast concrete and not move it, but it's not that great when you try to pull it apart. And that's why we put rebar or steel in the concrete, so that when it tries to get tugged and pulled by frost and freezing and soil movement, that concrete stays in place. The reason that's really important for your dam is that rebar is now exposed, and that's a really big problem. Here's another picture here. You can see the rebar. This is taken from one of the holes that you can see on the face of that wall. You can get your finger in there, and that's a piece of rebar right there. When that steel gets exposed to air, now you've got moisture and air, and what does steel do? It rusts. That rust will carry up through the concrete, and it takes away the connection between the concrete and that steel. That's a really long way of explaining the concrete is getting ready to fail. Over time, if that rebar can't stick to the concrete, you've lost your structural strength, and as you put forces on it, whether it be from water or something else, that concrete can now fall apart, okay? And I'm not trying to be, I hope I'm not over dramatic. I just want to, my goal today is to give you guys information. And I'm extremely informal. So if I say something that's like Greek, stop me if you have a question. But we'll keep going. Let's talk a little bit about the seepage that I mentioned earlier. Many times when we talk about seepage, we're actually looking along the toe of the slope of the dam, which is, again, the downstream slope where that embankment hits the natural ground below, the flat. In this instance, though, I want to point out some seepage that was observed within the concrete structure itself. So near the bottom, coming off the pond, if you can imagine, is off to the right. It spills over, comes down that wonderful slope, comes to the bottom, and there's a construction joint right here. And I know that previous inspections have noted this, and we were able to verify it the day that we were there, but I've got the red circle around a dark hole right there that you can see. In the next photo, it's tough to tell in a still picture. I didn't do a video for this, but water is literally bubbling up out of that hole. And what that means is there's enough hydrostatic pressure underneath that concrete to push water up and through that slab, through that joint. Again, not a big deal unless it's moving sediment, and it is moving sediment. We can see there's a little bit of a light color here. It's not bad today, but you can see some sand is sitting there. In conversations with other folks that have kept an eye on this dam and inspected this dam over the years, there have been piles of sand here over time. When we start thinking about piles of sand, where is that sand coming from? Well, in this instance, it's coming from behind or underneath that concrete. That's a really big variable that I can't tell you. It might be this big. It could be, I've seen sinkholes the size of VW Bucks and bigger. So we don't know how big that is. That's a little bit nerve-wracking for those of us that work on dams, because we don't know what we're dealing with. As an engineer, we like to have lots of information to make a really good decision. That's an unknown and a variable that's quite, well, scary, for lack of a better term. Going to discuss the tow drains. I've mentioned tow drains, and in the report you'll hear references to tow drains. What on earth is a tow drain? So years ago, I believe it was in the 2011 work, they installed some new tow drains along the dam. And what that is, if you're used to farming, it's basically a tile. It's a tile that's installed parallel with the slope at the downstream end of that, and it tries to catch that seepage and bring it into that pipe and send it out through a controlled pipe rather than through the soil, because then you control it. So the good news is you have them there. I mean, step one, check, they're there. More good news is that they're working. We do see flow coming out of those. So those tow drains are collecting water. But the bad news is, remember that saturated area I spoke of earlier, just south of the spillway, there's that super saturated area of the slope. So we see that they are functioning, but we also, with the seepage that we see, we also know that they're not collecting it as efficiently as we would like. Probably a function of the trees that have been on the embankment and the roots they send out, and that plugging up tiles and inhibiting the efficiency of these. So pros and cons there. Now, the inspection that we completed was back in April of this year in preparation for writing the report. And this photo is taken facing north from the concrete structure. I'm not a real estate agent, and I'm also not a professional surveyor, but as I look at the property lines, this would be on the part of the embankment that the county does not own. There are numerous mature trees on the embankment. Many of these have since been cut down and removed. I know when we did the township presentation about a month-ish ago, I did stop out there afterwards, and indeed a lot of these have been dropped. Many of them dropped right in the pond. I think there still is one tree that remains standing. Removing trees from dams is a pretty dicey gig. I would not leave that up to non-professionals. And the reason I say that, you can't just I wouldn't recommend hooking up a dozer or a tractor to a stump and just hogging it off of a dam like this in this embankment. The reason for that is, if it starts to go, or you unearth something that you didn't know about and the water starts to move, you can have some significant issues. And I believe, I don't know if any work has been done since, but at least when I looked at it, they were just flush cut, dropped, and left. And I shouldn't even say flush cut. I think the stumps were left high to assist in removal later. But the trees have been cut. Again, when we see this age of trees on an embankment, you know their root systems are very, very large and spread out. You know, typically if you look at the canopy of a tree, that's about how far out the root system goes, maybe even a little bit further and deeper. And so, because these trees have been on the embankment, both the downstream and upstream side of the embankment, definitely cause for concerns. Moving on from there, let's talk a little bit about sediment, because that's another thing that we were tasked with, was to take a look at the sediment that moves through this system. This particular photo is taken from 126th, right on the culvert facing west, over the pond. And you can see the dam structure here in the background. That's the opening for the spillway that drops off that we've seen pictures of. But more importantly, in the foreground here, you can see the sandy material that's coming in. It's coming through the creek. It's deposited sand in here. We now have cattail points forming. You can see that sediment carrying all the way out to here. And this was back in April. If you go out there now, you'll see that vegetation has expanded out through much of the area here. And I want to talk about streams just for a brief second. Every stream has a natural bed load. It has a certain amount of sand that is always carried by that stream. And I know many different groups, developers, farmers, whoever, get demonized for all the sediment that they're sending to the river. Sedimentation is natural. It happens. You go to the farthest stream in the UP and you go out to the beach and you look at where that stream that's completely untouched upstream dumps into Lake Superior, there's going to be a sand plume there. There'll be alluvial fan. There'll be evidence of flow and sediment that stream is transporting every day. Now, much like I believe Lee mentioned, when you develop, you make impervious surfaces, water runs off faster, and sedimentation is accelerated by human activity. And so, in this particular instance, we're going to look at some historic photos in a little bit, but you'll see what's currently happening in the system and what can be expected into the future if nothing is done. And this is why I believe dredging was also tasked, or put on our task list, to take a look at, hey, what would it look like to dredge this? What are the concerns? What are the costs and things like that, so that we can look at the sediment issue. So now into the meat and potatoes. When we look at working on dams, the question is, well, what are our options? And really with dams, you have three main options. You can rehabilitate the thing, try to fix it. You can completely replace it and address any issues or concerns that you've got, or you can remove it. We're seeing a big push in dam removals across the state. And so I want to spend a few minutes talking about what each of those options might look like, and then also potential associated costs. Now keep in mind, our study was just a brief study, right? Like, just summarize order of magnitude costs. We have not done final design. We don't have detailed geotechnical analysis. You're gonna see big, wide ranges of costs and numbers, because there's so many different variables that we don't know at this stage in the game, that it's impossible to truly nail down to the penny what this is gonna cost. The other fun factor that we have now is fuel skyrocketing. It's coming down a little bit, but material prices, labor prices, these estimates are only good today, and tomorrow they're already gonna be different based on contractors' bids and everything else. And one other kind of caveat as we dive into this, we've been asked many questions about, well, can't you do this, this, and this? Certainly. You know, we're going to talk about kind of 3 main topics, but at the same time, it can somewhat be a Chinese menu where, you know, if you want to replace the dam, but you want to have a drawdown pipe, sure, that costs money, but yeah, it's nice to be able to draw down your dam if you need to do maintenance. Right now, there's not a way to do that out here. Does it have to be shaped that way? Nope. Do you have to rip everything out? Not necessarily. So again, broad generalizing scopes here, but let's dive into some of the details. So if we were to look at rehabilitation and trying to fix this thing, there would be several different items that we would look to. Number one, we would try to inject that grout in to fill that void behind the structure. It's been done before, as I understand, or at least tried, and obviously here we sit in 2022, and it might have worked for a while, but it's not a permanent fix. It gets very difficult when you're fighting flowing water to get a true seal on that. But we would look to fill that void with grout. We would need to go after repairing some of the cracked and spalled concrete. I know that was part of a previous project. Really, with the extent of the deterioration on the concrete that we see out there, some of the concrete on the upper part of the structure could probably stay. A lot of the concrete on the lower end of the structure would need to be removed. When you see that much delamination and deterioration in the concrete, we're at that point talking about sawing off the bad concrete, drilling and doweling in new rebar, and re-pouring some of those walls. Obviously, we would look to remove the trees and other vegetation from the embankment. Now would be the time to take that embankment, and instead of having steep side slopes, let's get those spread out a little bit, add material to that. And then replace those tow drains, or at least jet them out. Once that vegetation is removed and the roots are not there to plug them, those will function at a lot higher capacity. You know, approximate cost, just looking at some of those details, you're looking at that $250,000 to $300,000 to go after some of these items based on the pricing that we're seeing today. Somebody has mentioned to us, what about steel sheeting? What if you put a cutoff wall, just pounded in steel sheets on the face of your dam? Certainly we do that. There's slurry walls, there's several different options that you could do. But if you were to look at specifically steel sheeting, depending on the scale of that operation, you'd be looking at $150,000 to potentially $300,000 to get that steel sheeting installed where it's wedged in and deep enough to stop that flow through the embankment. I misspoke there. You're never going to stop the flow, you're just going to slow it down. So right now it can just flow right through that embankment. If you put a steel wall in, it's got to go under it. So you've increased the friction that water needs to get through. So it'll slow the seepage down, but it might not stop it. So I want to correct myself in that. With a project like this, I am confident in saying there just aren't grant opportunities. And I think Lee mentioned this, and I've heard a lot of people say, man, the state's got money, we're going to fix our dams, they blew out on the east side of the state, they're allocating funds, we're going to get some cash. You're not for this dam. I'm just going to be honest, and Lee mentioned this too. This is a low hazard dam. That money is going to go to the high hazard dams and the significant hazard dams. And the differences in those, just very briefly, a high hazard dam is one that could impact human life and significant damage to residential homes and things like that, versus a low hazard dam where if this thing blew out, you'll have environmental impacts and certainly private property impacts, but you're not wiping out half of Midland. How's that for an example? And so as far as grant opportunities for rehabilitation, I honestly don't think that you have any. Now, I might be wrong, and I know that we've got grant specialists in the room that might speak with us a little bit later, but I don't see that as a possibility. So pros, you know, probably the main pro with just fixing it is everything stays the same, right? As people, we don't like change. We don't want something to change. We like the way it is. It's been that way our whole lives. Why would we want it to change? And so from that standpoint, repairing it would kind of keep the status quo. and it would remain the same into the future. What are some of the cons? Well, it doesn't truly necessarily address the seepage issue unless we go after the steel sheeting component of that price range. Then we can say, hey, steel sheeting should really solve that problem for you. Liability is still going to be a concern. You know, as a dam owner, the liability associated with that structure, whether it's people slipping on it, hurting themselves, whether it's washing out in a large storm event, blowing out and creating environmental issues downstream that need to be fixed, the state is going to basically look at you as the owner and also the private landowner to the north, and they're going to say that's your problem to fix, to clean up, and to take care of. I had a similar circumstance in a dam in the southern part of the state. It was a private dam and it was failing. It was a steel culvert that was through the embankment, had a ton of holes in it because it was all rusted out and was in imminent danger of failing. And I was told by the state that if that dam fails, they're going to have a very difficult time getting a permit to put it back. And so this is a pond that 8 to 10 different people lived on, and they bought that property specifically to be on that old, it was NRCS, I believe, that had developed that pond originally. And the state is not interested in the current environmental climate of replacing dams. So if this thing ever were to wash out, I think you would have a very, I'm not saying it's going to be impossible, but I think you would have a very difficult time getting it permitted to put it back the way it is today. So liability is always a concern. The costs associated with cleanups would be your problem. And again, with just fixing it as it sits, another major issue is you haven't just fixed the capacity issue, right? It barely has enough capacity to pass that 6-inch storm now. You could put all that money into the structure to fix it, and then if they adopt Atlas 14 data for their new standard for us to analyze their dams, well, now I got to look at it for a 7-inch rain, and if it barely meets the capacity now, I can promise you when the state runs their calculations the next time they inspect it, it won't meet capacity, because that's about a 15% difference between a 6-inch rain and a 7-inch rain if you run the math. So that's definitely one of the challenges with just simply rehabilitating the dam. So what does replacement look like? If you were to do an all-out replacement, all indicators are that this particular impoundment the dam was not constructed to be a dam. It was constructed to be a railroad bed. And I had a tile probe with me, which is just a steel rod with a handle that I pushed into the embankment regularly as we did our inspection, and I never hit anything impermeable. I never got into a clay layer. It was extremely easy to push that steel rod in, which tells me the soils are saturated, and you could feel the grit, sandy material, all the way to the bottom. So what that tells me, if we were to replace this dam and truly fix it for a permanent future fix, we want to get a clay core installed in that dam. That would mean we would need to draw the dam down, which means take the water out of the pond, lower that down, remove the existing sandy material that's there, construct a clay core dam, put the earth back on that, and then construct a new spillway. Cost for that sort of a project, you're looking at least $800,000 to $1.3 million. And there's a really big swing there. And again, as I mentioned before, that big swing is there's a lot of details we don't know. Do you want it to be steel sheeting? Do you want to leave what's there and use steel sheets? Do you want to bring in new clay? Do you want a drawdown pipe? What do you want the structure itself to look like? Do you want it to be adjustable or not? Do you want it to be automated or not? There's so many different options that you have there. I know that hydroelectric power was mentioned earlier as a possibility. Hey, we're going to need electricity. What about here? I am not a hydroelectric expert, but from the knowledge that I have of it, the small amount of flow that you have coming through Crystal Creek combined leads me to believe you're not going to have a lot of capacity to generate a lot of power there. We're not looking at a lot of megawatts for hydroelectric here. But also knowing that that business is heavily regulated, I think you're going to have an extremely difficult time trying to pursue that as an option. So if you kind of had that in your head as ooh, this might work, it might, but you're going to pay dearly for it, and I'm not sure you're going to get the value, the power output that would be necessary for somebody to make a go of it and actually have it be viable. And again, with this particular option, there aren't grant opportunities to help pay for this. So this cost is, I think you would have a very difficult time finding an entity that would provide a grant to replace that particular dam. So pros and cons. Probably one of the best pros, if you do rebuild it, you can address the capacity issue, right? We can change how much water can flow through this, and take care of that major concern, where if you've got instead of a 100-year storm, a 200-year storm hits this, you can have adequate capacity. We can obviously also address the seepage concerns, and then when it's complete, the impoundment itself, or the pond, will look the same, feel the same, and more or less function the same. So going back to how we are as humans, hey, we don't want that pond to change. Well, the structure changed a little bit, but the pond's still there, which is kind of the main focal point of the park. Obviously the cons, it comes with a substantial price tag. And there is a big spread in cost there, and maybe it is some replacement and some repair. But do you want adjustability? What are the construction techniques, and what do we have available locally to make that more affordable? The other thing, if you simply replace the dam and fix it up and make it better, you're still going to have to pay a professional to come out and do inspections on that dam. You will always have future maintenance costs associated with that dam, and you still have the liability of the potential of that dam blowing out and causing problems, but also the liability of somebody hurting themselves on that dam. But again, we have that what if every day on all the county parks and the playground equipment and everything else that's out there. So, but dams in particular come with a higher level of risk than most structures that you have in the county. So removal, what would removal look like? And when we talk about removal, you don't have to remove the entire thing. You would really only need to remove the portion of the embankment. You could remove the entire thing and completely naturalize it, but at the very least, what the state is going to look for is opening that up, removing the earthen dam. And you need to do that in a controlled manner, so you don't release all the sediment in the impoundment downstream. And you need to restore the stream, the adjacent wetlands and upland areas, and create basically a new stream channel and a new floodplain, going back to hopefully what was there in the 1800s before we monkeyed with it in the first place. Approximate cost for that's still a pretty pricey project. I mean, you wouldn't think that removing a dam would cost a lot of money. But by the time you get everything restored, you are looking in that $400,000 to $500,000 price range for something of this size and nature. A big caveat to that is permitting requirements and mitigation. In general, right now, the state's not requiring mitigation for wetland impacts upstream for a dam removal. That's primarily because when you remove a dam, in the DNR's eyes, or Eagle's eyes, so again, Department of Natural Resources, or the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Energy, you'd think by now, they've changed the name a while ago, but after doing DEQ for so many years, it gets a little, I still have to slow down and make sure I get it right. You know, in their eyes, if you remove that dam, it's better for the natural resources, right? That dam is a fish impediment. Fish can't travel up and downstream to spawn or move through there. Wildlife, it's somewhat of an impediment for wildlife to come up and down that stream corridor. And so to offset that, they say, hey, we're not going to mitigate requirements for that. And I know that there's a dam removal project, if I'm not mistaken, going on in the county right now. And so the hard part with that, with the permitting arena right now that we're seeing, how something was handled yesterday is not necessarily how it's going to be handled tomorrow. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but hey, they didn't require mitigation before, they're not going to require it in the future. It's a wild card. Every agent that I work with across the state is different. You get to know them and then they move on to a different position, right? And so, and we're going to get into this a little bit more when we talk about the idea of dredging. But again, how you were treated before may not be how you're treated in a year or two, because it might be completely different personnel and completely different folks that you're working with. So pros, if you remove the dam, it removes the biological barrier, as I talked about. And I skipped over the last bullet of that last slide, grant opportunities. For this particular type of project, there are definitely grant opportunities out there. The state has pots of money that are being used every day, grants that can be pulled to remove dams. And for those of us that have played the grant game a little bit, there are national grants that are available. If that national grant needs a 20% match, many times you can find a local grant or another grant that can help cover that. And so cost out of pocket for the county could be very little for that sizable price tag. So I mentioned that here, that it's the cheapest option of the options that we presented. It removes the liability of that dam in the future. You're not going to have kids jumping on tubes and sliding down the waterfall and having a blast. Because if I were a boy in this area, that's totally what I would want to do. Comes because I have 5 boys at home, and every day we deal with that. But it also eliminates the future maintenance. You don't have future maintenance. You don't have any inspection costs. You don't have to pay an engineer regularly to come out or work with the state to get that inspection report completed, and there's no upkeep costs associated with it. Once you revert it back to a natural stream, it just sits there. Cons, obviously the biggest con for removal is it completely changes the face of that property for the residents and you as the owners, and the adjacent residents. So you have several folks that live around this impoundment or this pond that presumably bought their home because they like to see that, and that's going to completely change. What does that look like? Well, anything you want. You know, at that point, it could be a stream corridor, you could have paths for the public, it could be different, but it would be a stream type scenario in park, no longer the impoundment. And I understand that's a big deal. Somebody's kid caught their first fish probably on that platform out there, right? And that's like the spot. And now it could be gone. And so, you know, this is a very difficult decision that you have to face. I'm going to take a totally hard right turn and go in a completely different direction, and we're going to talk about dredging. Why would we talk about dredging? Again, sedimentation is kind of the key, and this might be easier to see in the packets if you can't see it on the screen, but this is a map from around 1895, and you can see that there's no railroad shown on that, no impoundment. As we move into 54, I apologize for the watermarks, but you can't just take images off the internet without recognizing who you stole it from. And so they've watermarked this, but what I want to point out is, watch this area. This is Madison, I guess, to get our bearings, and 126 is right here. The dam is here, and this is 126, and I want you to watch this area as we go through the photos over time. And what you're going to see right now, Mill Pond opened up. Moving on to, there we go, patience. Almost hit it again. 1993, you're starting to see that open area fill up. 1998, that vegetation line is continuing to move north. Wait for it, there we go. 05, wow, look at that. And what you typically see is that sand starts filling in that bottom. Nobody knows there's a problem. Nobody knows there's a problem except the people that are out on it. And then that sediment gets to a height where vegetation can grow. Once that happens, it's like a switch, flips. And all of that green is most likely cattails, and you'll see that here in a minute. Once that vegetation can grow in that sediment, that root mass and the vegetation, now that's really filling in quickly and looking drastically different than it did years ago. And now with the 2018 photo, you can see the same thing. Now you see a defined stream channel that's worked its way through that wetland. Basically all that creek flow that goes through there has worked itself a channel through those cattails. What happens though, once this side fills up with sediment, where can it go? The next step is it's still carried down through that stream corridor, and it's being placed now out into the pond. And if you were to go out there and float around in a kayak, this particular bay right here is extremely shallow. And maybe somebody in the audience is on the pond, and I didn't ride out there, but I could see it from the road. That shallowness is going to invite the cattails and the growth in the vegetation. And if you were to, and granted, this is, what would you span, 50s to now, so this takes time, but this continuation will proceed slowly across this entire embankment. If you do nothing and just let it sit there, eventually this will turn into a giant marsh, presumably with a thread of creek going through it, and then it would spill over the dam much like it does today. And so this photo, or series of photos, there's going to be one popping up here. This is east of 126, looking over that area that's now filled in. And you can see the thread of the channel going through in the cattails. And then this is, again, the photo facing west over the impoundment. And you can see it's already starting to form, and that sand is all the way out here. And this whole back area here is filling up. So when we talk about dredging, there's three main components that drive the cost of dredging and how the dredging is done. Number one is volume. What volume of dirt do we need to move? Number two, we need to do sediment sampling, right? Are there any contaminants within that material? Because if it's contaminated, the regulations are going to be different where we haul that than if it's not contaminated. If the soil's not contaminated, you can pretty much put it wherever you want, as long as it's in an upland area and you're not filling the floodplain or wetlands. But if it's contaminated, now it needs to be going to a potentially a certified landfill, or if you're going to land apply it somewhere, you're going to have deed restrictions on that related to that parcel forever, depending on the contaminants that are in there. And so we did a brief analysis. We did take some sediment samples of the impoundment based on your desires. And what we were looking for was trying to get enough sampling results where if you wanted to pursue this and get a permit for it, you'd have enough samples to do that, okay? And so if you, just to kind of try to put this idea in perspective, when I talk 10 to 15,000 cubic yards of material, what does that look like? Remember that impoundment was about 5 or so acres, right? If you were to take about half of that, 2.5 acres of that, and just drop it 3 feet, that's about what that 10 to 15,000 yards of material would be. So if you wanted to take that whole half of that area and drop it that 2 to 3 feet, you're looking at 15,000 yards of dirt. Now the testing results, good news and bad news again, very much like your tow drains. The good news is nothing is exceedingly hot. However, you do have some, and when we test it, we're looking for the Michigan metals, okay? There's like the 10 Michigan metals and PCBs and PNAs and all the nasty stuff that nobody wants to be around. So again, the good news is that nothing is like off the charts high. That is scary, but you do have several items that are like floating right on that threshold. The reason that's really challenging, now the permitting agent needs to make a decision of what to do. I had a dredging job locally 10 or 15 years ago that was an area that was high in arsenic. It just naturally was high in that area. And your samples here, some of them were slightly high in arsenic. That particular gentleman looked at that and said, hey, the whole area is high in arsenic. No issue, pull the material out, no restrictions. I can't tell you that the next agent's going to say that. It's just different every day, and we're in a completely different environment now than we were even 10 years ago. And so, you know, if you were to simply remove the material and have a place to put it locally, you could be looking at $200,000 to $300,000. If the state comes back and said, man, we really don't, I know that's above the threshold, we're close, but we're really sorry, that could double the price very easily. If that material can't be land applied to somebody locally and they have to haul it, that gets extremely expensive extremely fast. So that's what you're seeing for that $400,000 to $600,000. Now it's important to note that's in addition to the cost that you saw earlier for fixing it or repairing it. If you remove the dam, you don't have dredging costs. You don't necessarily have to dredge this. You can work with the material that's there, lower the dam, make the stream, work in the floodplain, and you're fine. And so as you look at these numbers, this would be an addition, potentially, if you pursued it, to the repair or the replacement costs. Finally, next steps. I am so glad I'm not you, because it's very easy for me to stand here and give you all this information. But at the end of the day, you're the owner, and the buck stops with you. You're the one that needs to make the decision. You're the one that has to look at the liability and the public opinion, looking at the cost. I mean, if the money's not there, you just can't do it. At least that's how it works in my house. I now stop there to stay professional. If you can't pay for it, you can't do it, you know. And certainly it's a no-brainer. If the decision were solely based on cost, removal is the most logical solution because you can get most of the cost of a removal project funded by grants. But unfortunately, it's not that easy. As we talked, you know, there's public opinion, and that's important. There are people that live around this pond. There are people that fish in this pond. There are people that have learned how to canoe and kayak on that pond and all of those sorts of things. And so one thing I can promise you, no matter what decision you make, you are going to upset somebody. I promise you that. That is just the nature of these projects. And unfortunately, it's the nature of a lot of the decisions you make. So it's not that big of a deal. But you will upset somebody, I promise you that. Somebody's gonna feel like they lost in this. So with that, I'm gonna finally shut up and say, are there any questions that you have or information that you want in addition to what we've talked about today? Or perhaps something you read in the report that I didn't directly address here, that you had concerns with?
Do you allow questions from the audience?
That's the board's call, not mine. I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it. Lee?
Thank you. Great presentation. The piece that I handed out may help you, and if you have to do this again, I have a couple quick questions. What's the time frame for the rainfall?
Excellent. So the time, like when I talk about 6 inches and 7
Right.
inches, the time frame,
Right.
that would be the amount of water that lands in an area in a 24-hour period.
Okay.
And statistically, it gets really crazy, guys, because you can have a 100-year storm event with a different inch level for a 12-hour storm instead of a 24-hour storm. But when we talk about a 24-hour storm, if 6 inches of water hits the surface of the earth in that 24-hour period, Bulletin 71 would classify that as a 100-year storm. If you look it up, I think it's like 6.07. And if you look up Atlas 14, I think it's 6.97 or something crazy. But so we're rounding.
So we've never hit that here in Oceana County that I'm aware of, but we did have substantial flooding in '86, 2008, and 2013 and 14, and the dam survived.
Yes.
Of great importance, which I put in my piece, is the deed from 1934 puts the responsibility for the construction and the maintenance of the dam through easements on the county.
Okay.
That's a pretty big deal.
It is, especially when it's in line with a potential failure. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I can, so I'm not going to play one on TV. And how they would read those agreements, I haven't seen those agreements, but how they would interpret those and dictate that in either this repair scenario or a failure scenario, I don't know. But
Paul,
if it was originally constructed that way, I would imagine
Crucial to
repair would
that
be too.
statement is I'm certainly not a lawyer, but should the dam fail, or should we decide to remove it, the property goes back to the original heirs and consignees. I presume that also means the county park goes away, which then impacts the USDA and the underserved migrants. I think that, as much as I don't want to say we need more research, I think we really need more research and some more detail for the board to make a heavyweight decision.
The thing that, the biggest question that I would have in that comment, if I were a board member, I don't know how that works with property. If we revert it back to a stream, do you own what you own today? If you look at your parcel data from your assessors and different things like that, the county appears to own a significant amount of the bottom land of that pond. Would that stay the same or not? And that's where lawyers would certainly need to be involved to help figure that one out. That's way above my pay grade. I'm expensive, but I'm not that expensive. But no, excellent point and something worth considering, because could you remove the dam and keep it a county park? The idiot standing here says maybe, but if there's verbiage in an old agreement, then who knows?
On our walkabout on the dam, on the inspection there, did you indicate that there's some new technology in grout that you can inject grout and it actually expands and does a better job of filling a void? The reason I bring that up is I read the report of the construction in the last project, and they only spent about $1,000 injecting grout, which probably wasn't much. So
It much like if you've ever seen them drill holes in concrete, like a concrete sidewalk, and inject to lift things, this is a little bit heavier duty than that, but it's very similar in the fact that you would drill holes. We would try to do some exploratory actions first to try to identify how big is that void, is there a void, and those sorts of things. Interestingly enough, normally when you see a void or see that material, you can see where it's coming from, but we can't in this instance. Which is, I guess, a good thing. If we had a sinkhole forming on one of the sides of the wing walls where you started seeing material loss, that might be where it's going, and that would be a major cause of concern. But in this instance, we're not seeing that, so that's good. That's why we're not saying this is an imminent danger of failing. It could last quite a while the way it sits. But there's that unknown there that we don't necessarily know. But certainly the real estate component of this is very important, and who is in total control of the cost related to that too, especially for the private landowner on the north end of the embankment. When we start talking these numbers, that's extremely significant investment. So, other questions or comments?
Paul, I had a question.
Yeah.
Paul and Paul. Soil samples that were taken out in the center, if you will, of the pond or throughout the whole water acreage.
Yep.
The results, could you highlight on that again or repeat?
Yeah, yep, and it is, I don't know if everyone was given a copy of the actual report that we had done, but the results are buried in the back, but let me tell you, it's an amazing read. If you're having trouble sleeping at night, dive into those results, you'll knock right out. In general, arsenic was floating around the high end. I believe it was selenium off the top of my head, happened to be slightly higher too. There was a hot one that came hot with lead, but we noted in the sample that it happened to be taken by the fishing pier, and there was a split shot sinker found in that particular sample. So you don't need to freak out about lead. There was only one that came back hot, and our samplers noted that, hey, when we probed it, it happened to have a lead sinker in the close proximity to that sample. So, but in general, you guys are looking pretty good. I mean, you're floating around some of the thresholds there. And again, all of that is included. If you decide to pursue a dredging project and nothing with the dam, those results are available for you to use for permitting to approach the state. And you would need a permit from Eagle to dredge. You can't just hog that pond out. And you would probably be hydraulically dredging that with a machine. I know the cute little picture, if you're in the business, that was a drag line. That's not what we're using. They would float a barge out there with a giant supersized shop vac. It sucks up the material, blows it through a hose, and deposits it somewhere. So it's be a lot different project than that. Other questions?
It may deposit it in a general close area?
Yes, so if you're, I mean, I don't want to speak for the guys that do it
Sure.
professionally, but I would say if you've got a location, a parcel within a quarter to a half a mile, depending on how big the hills are between point A and point B, which memory serves me fairly flat-ish out there, they can push that material in pipes. The perfect scenario is you can find a parcel that you can build a small little dam, build a little sludge pond, blow that material into the pond, and then let it settle out and dry out, and then you can grade it. Typically, if you can find sandy soils, which there's no shortage of in this county, which is wonderful, the excess water can bleed in, things dry out, and then you can work the material. That's much more economical than other alternatives. When you're in a residential area that doesn't have that, many times we'll pump it into a bag. So picture a giant nylon that's like 10-foot diameter, 50 feet long. You shoot that sludge into that bag, water bleeds out the nylon, you let things dry out, and then you come in with an excavator and you haul that material away. But then you're trucking it, and the numbers get pretty pricey fast. Finding a place to deposit it, maybe you've got to buy a parcel, maybe you're paying for that. So pricing, maybe it's donated, maybe somebody wants the material. So there's so many variables when it comes into dredging that come into play.
Thank you.
Other questions?
A quick one, Paul. For the rehabilitation cost there, you had roughly 250, 300,000, and then steel sheeting. Is that a combination of the two?
So it would depend, and the reason I say it depends, before we move forward in a final design scenario, you really should have some soil borings taken of the embankment. What is there for materials? Maybe we set up a monitoring well to see what the water surface elevations are in those materials, or we simply, when we drill down, we note where we hit that water. We would work with a geotechnical firm to analyze those soils in the sampling that's taken, and you can set up a model of the seepage through that embankment based on the soils that are there, and that gives us a lot better picture of what we're dealing with and the stability of the embankment itself. If that analysis comes back and says, hey, this embankment's pretty stable, we're in pretty good shape, we're just going to pop in toe drains and we'll be good, then fine. If it comes back and says, boy, you have some really loose sandy material that was excellent for a railroad bed, but horrible for a dam, now we're going to need to start looking at options, perhaps like sheeting or slurry walls. There's several different techniques where you're trying to create an impermeable barrier that water will need to get underneath instead of through.
Thank you.
And those costs, again, are separate, so the 250 to 300 doesn't include any of that cutoff, it's simply the cosmetics and some of the earthwork and tree removal. Any kind of cutoff wall would be above and beyond that 250 to 300,000. Okay, good question. Other comments or questions?
Mr. McKean?
Thanks, Paul, for the great presentation. What is the usable life of a dam typically like that? If it was built with a clay liner like you suggested and all of the maintenance had been done on a regular basis, what typically would you see in something like that?
You know, it's somewhat difficult to say, but I mean at least 100 years, you know.
And how old is this dam?
Again, believe it went in the early 1900s. So we're at about that 100-year mark. And the concrete, guys, the concrete's shot. I've seen concrete that's, I mean, look at Europe. I mean, there are things that are built in Europe that have been there for hundreds of years. The concrete, though, on this particular site, it's passing its service life. It's sitting there today and it's solid and not moving, but it's much like a steel tube. When that steel culvert starts to rust out, there's only so much service life in that culvert. The chunks of concrete that we're seeing out there are getting there, guys. They're getting there. And as that rust goes up those steel bars and further loosens those connections, it's going to be an issue. I don't know if that's what you were shooting for or not, but
Yeah.
and I would say 100-year plus. You know, certainly this is one of the few times I could say I would die before you'd ever need to.
But this was not built typically as a dam, as you pointed out. It was built as a railroad embankment or in bed, I guess.
That's very important distinction. So when we build a dam, it's got that 100-year plus lifespan. In this particular instance, this was built again as a railroad bed. And everything, and granted, that probe is, I believe it's a 5-footer, so I'm probing down 5 feet. I'm not hitting anything impermeable, I'm not feeling any clay, there's no liner or anything that was placed previously. It was built for a railroad. And that sand is structurally great for a railroad, especially when it's dry. But when you put an impoundment on one side of it and create a head differential with a water surface that's up higher than the receiving stream, now you can get into supersaturated sandy conditions which are not stabilized in embankments. It gets very difficult to keep those flat. So, any other comments? I know Lee and Gary, I should have mentioned too, were both out on our initial inspection in April, so they were there to kind of take it in as we poked around a little bit. So thank you guys too for the comment.
We've got two here. Ladies first.
I just wanted to make one comment that I'm on the Protect Pentwater Harbor committee, and should you guys go down a dredging path or dredging conversation, we would like to partner with the county because we too need a hydraulic dredge, and there may be the potential to partner and address all the county lake issues that have dredging needs. Just an aside.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So you mentioned in the dredging that basically it's because it's filling up with sediment. Do you have an estimate for how long that would take to appreciably fill the pond? I mean, if the pond fills with sediment, I mean, the need for the dam goes away, right?
So, well, actually, yes. I mean, well, let me rephrase that. If the dam is there to create a pond for recreational use as a pond, and it fills in slowly, then yes, it would go away. I'm familiar with a hunting club up north on the Tittabawassee, headwaters of the Tittabawassee, for example, and back in the 30s and 40s, they built some dams to block it up to make some fishing ponds, right? One of the owners on one of the ponds decided, we don't want to dredge our pond anymore, we just want it to go natural. And over the course of the last 30 years, that's exactly what's happened. It's filled in. It looks just like upstream of 126th. You know, the other ponds have been routinely dredged and taken care of over the years, and they're still ponds. And that's an important thing I want to note. If you leave the dam there and it is a pond and you want it to be a pond, then it will need regular dredging maintenance. I don't care what you do upstream to stop erosion and stop sedimentation. All of those things will help, but hear this clearly. If the intent is for that to be a permanent pond into the future, you're going to have to regularly dredge it. Now, when I say regularly, maybe it's every 30 to 50 years, or maybe it's setting up a sand trap, which might have been the original intent of that mill pond on the upstream side of 126, where you can get it with an excavator and more routinely clean that out. again, that's environmental impacts and permitting and everything, but I want you to hear that clearly. I'm working on a channel right now that the landowners just can't, it's a channel of a lake, and they think that when we dredge it, we're gonna be done, and I keep telling them, no. You're gonna see this again, maybe not in your lifetime, but the next owner might. And so, depending on what you want to do with that pond, that's a very important distinction. And the fish that live in there now, I know there's at least one in there. 'Cause it's up. But as that bottom comes up, it's going to be more reliant on that steady flow to keep it alive through the winter. Fortunately, there is throughput and oxygen water coming through with Crystal Creek, but that is a very important thing to note. And then you have the worst of everything. Then you don't have a pond at all. You have the stream that you could restore it to, and the dam is still there and could potentially break and release all that sediment downstream. So that's the worst scenario. Sensing another comment or question.
Well, I'm just thinking long term. If it's going to take 30 years to fill, then it's basically a block, and the need for the dam goes away, and the stream basically just cuts a channel through the middle. As a possibility, it's gonna slowly become less and less of a pond.
And it is extremely difficult to guess how long. You know, as I've worked on different dredging projects in similar circumstances, I mean, we could get a 100-year storm next week that brings in loads of sediment as it washes that creek clean and blows out banks and different things. And what would have been 20 or 30 years or more is happening in 5 to 10. And so there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of guesswork with that. And unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball. So, any other thoughts?
Could we have your name, please, sir?
Chris Hinch. H-I-N-S-C-H.
And yours, ma'am?
Is Chris Conroy, C-O-N-R-O-Y.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would there be any other questions for Paul? Thank you very much.
Sorry to take up so much time.
You did great. That was wonderful.
Trying to go through quickly, but thank you. If you have any other questions, obviously I'll be here.
Thank you. Thank you. Would there be any public comment at this time? Mr. McKean.
Good morning. Gary McKean, Oceana County Parks. So we started on this project simply because every 5 years we're saddled with having a Eagle inspection of the dam property. And every 5 years we get a similar letter back from Eagle that says the dam needs to be replaced. Mark Tonella, who's the fish biologist for the DNR, writes a letter basically that amplifies that same thing. And as time goes on, we try to find granting to do the repair work. We try to find granting to possibly remove the dam itself. So let me go back a little bit. Stony Creek Dam was voided in 1970, and we looked hard and low for many years to find any type of funding to repair that dam. And over time, the only thing we wound up being able to do is basically remove it. And that's the project we're in now. So today I invited two people to join us, two guests that are basically very large partners with us in the Stony Creek project. DJ Snook right here. DJ is a biologist with the Conservation Resource Alliance. His whole project list is basically working with dams all over the northern part of the state. And over on my right here, this is our Wimserdick official, if you will. She's the environmentalist. This is Fallon Chabala. And both of these folks have found amazing amount of grants for us to do the work at Stony Creek. Largely the money that Fallon has found is basically $1.3 million from NOAA, and DJ has found basically about it's about 300,000 plus in additional money from other federal agencies as well. Trying to find funding to basically do repair work is very difficult. You know what my budget is for parks. There's not money to do maintenance. This shouldn't even be an issue. If we had funding for maintenance for parks, this should be something that's in the budget on an ongoing basis to have this type of material taken care of on a regular basis. Now the park is 40% of the pond. That's what I've been told, basically by virtue of the land, the way it lays out. And at one time it was a township park, as I understand, and it wound up coming to the county over a period of time. It is a very popular park. It's one of my favorites. I love to go out there by the pond. It's absolutely a beautiful spot. The cost continuing to go on, though, in looking at this going down 5 years, 10 years. You saw the numbers, 2001, 2011, we spent about $200,000 between those two different times. Now we're up to $250,000, possibly $300,000 to do repair work. So we're basically, what I don't want to do as chair of the Parks Commission is to kick this down the line to the guy that sits in my seat 10 years from now, or the woman, and they have to deal with this again. So you're going to find another $300,000 in 10 years, maybe might be $400,000, and I don't know. The other thing that I should point out is the liability continues to be great. Granted, it's great to be able to slide down there on your backside, and it's fun and great. It's not made for that application, though. It's made to be a spillway. It's not made to be a runway or a slide. So I would ask you to really consider hard, and I appreciate the opportunity for the county board to take this project on rather than sending it to Parks and having us make the decision. And it's really important as we go forward to really consider what can be done in the future. Taking it out is one option, obviously, we've heard. Repairing it's another option. I'm really glad to see Mr. Hinch today. I'd like to meet him and talk with him at some point. He's our neighbor that owns the other side of the dam, and we're really glad to have a neighbor that's really helpful with the county parks going forward. Thanks for your time. Do you have any questions? I would ask DJ and Fallon if they would like to come forward and maybe give you a brief summary of what they found for funding, if that would be possible, under public comment. DJ?
Sure. Hi, my name is DJ Shook. I'm a biologist and project manager working for the Conservation Resource Alliance. It's a nonprofit organization that services 15 counties in northwest lower Michigan, and our primary programs involve river restoration. We mostly work at road stream crossings and as well as dam removals. And just to kind of follow up with the presentation we heard, it's the science of how rivers operate has really advanced, certainly since the construction of dams and road stream crossings in the state of Michigan and throughout the nation. Since they were constructed, we know a lot more about how streams operate. They move water, sediment, and wood, and it's also understood that dams are the single largest impairment to stream health in the nation, and that is evidenced by the amount of grant dollars that are available, the amount of private individuals who are interested in seeing rivers restored and creeks restored. So one thing that's a benefit to streams in northwest lower Michigan is we typically have a lot of sandy soils in the watershed. We have a lot of groundwater driven streams, which produces cold water streams, and that's just not a common thing that you see in the world. So we're really protecting, when we're doing stream restoration in this area, we're really protecting a very unique and precious resource. So I have the pleasure of working for an organization that works with willing landowners to do stream restoration, and I'll just leave it at that. Sometimes for larger dam removal projects, we've found upwards of 40 different funding sources to help move those projects forward. It's a combination of federal, state, local foundation, private individuals, helping to all work together to achieve stream restoration. So I guess I'll leave it at that, and I would be happy to work with you, but I understand it's a very difficult situation, and thank you for your service, your public service, and dealing with these difficult issues. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fallon Shabala. As people mentioned, I work at Wimserdick. I'm the environmental program manager, and I really don't have much to add because Paul and DJ and Gary did such a great job of explaining all the information I know. Again, like everyone's mentioned, I don't have anything to add about finding grants for anything except for removal. We've worked a lot with NOAA. We expect a lot more money for fish passage. The state's looking at fish passage and dam removals. That's what's out there. Unfortunately, I don't have anything except for that knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Would there be anyone else with comment? Hearing none, motion to adjourn.
Move, so move, Walker.
Move Blocker.
Christian, second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried.
Can we take 5 minutes?
Yep, 5-minute recess.
I like this picture as old as it is, but it begins to say if we take the dam out, this is kind of what it's going to look like when that pond goes down.
Right out of your way. Between caffeine and
True, but we have no funding.
Okay, there is, you go to there's 2 power companies.
Right here, Nankin Lake Restoration.
Yeah, actually have it. It's really
Well, you did good.
There's my information if you need it for the minutes. I hope that was close to your presentation. Just and when I went to get our presentation last night, just to check it one more time before I came here today, the file on our project drive in my office was screwed up and I lost all my photo posts. Oh, but I had the text, so I had the text from, most of the text from when I presented to the township, but I didn't have any of the pictures, and then I found an old one that somebody had, anyway, so I hope that was close. So last night from 8:30 to 10:30, I'm like, fixing it up. Right. You know, that would be bad. Do you want, I would like to keep one hard and preppy if I could. Do you need any clear files or anything?
We can hold on to them.
I mean, if you want them, keep them. If somebody wants to
Somebody
take
else wants a
them.
copy, sure.
Do you want electronic versions of the report or the presentation?
I have the feasibility study.
Okay.
I have that.
You've already got electronic copies.
And we're gonna do some.
I brought them both just in case, and I'll touch base with John, but thank you. So, you know, again, guys, no matter what you decide, you're gonna tick somebody off. I promise you that.
Well, if we've got another pond over here.
Drive your car back to work this morning.
You would like sheet root now, and you would remember all the seawalls that were steel. I grew up with some boys that drove steel for Hardman and towns.
Yes.
You know.
They probably just drilled in for Hardman down on the job I just left a couple weeks ago.
So this is not inconceivable. You know, we watched them build that darn project as a kid.
That's the one where they fill it at, where they fill it during the night and then release it during the day. Phil Bile, former Kent County Drain Commissioner, was the chief surveyor on that project, and the stories that he has and watching that thing get built would have been awesome. That was kind of his capstone, and he started surveying that when he was 22, carried it through its completion. He's retired now, but anyway.
Biggest man-made thing in the world.
It's just incredible, and it works.
Storage battery, they call it.
Yeah.
You know,
You know, people don't like change, but quite frankly, if you're somebody that trout fishes, maybe you want that to be a stream. You know what I mean? Like, beauty's, and I should have said this, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right? None of us like change, but, I mean, I can't tell you how many, there you go. Wow, look at that.
You know, what we like when you take it down real quick, it's like, yeah, it's a old picture, I get that.
How cool, see, and like, I think that's neat, right? I love old stuff. Some of these files that we find.
Take all the debris away, put some nice grass in there.
Right. And the funny thing is too, so I did a stream, that's a cool picture. I did a stream restoration project in the city of Rochester, southeast Michigan. It's like the, oh, whoops, sorry. It's the only, thank you for coming. Hopefully I didn't say, I hope I didn't say anything like incorrect or wrong or, like, if there's anything I need to add to the story, please let me know.
We went to a county alliance meeting and I got both of our and Dan can make things was for
Okay.
So it's not an casino.
No, it's totally not.
I don't know if we're supporters for all the stakeholders involved.
Right.
Around the water, all of that stuff. But when I go back to partners for construction, I know those guys. This stuff is tiresome. This is not.
They would come in and presumably, and I wouldn't do it out on the water surface, I would do it in the embankment, in the sand, sit on the top. You pound them down, get them in there, and make yourself a cutoff wall. Where steel fails, and I was just, you know, you mentioned seawalls going on everywhere. They'll rust out and fail. The biggest source of failure is not pounding them in deep enough. Here you don't have that problem. You can pound them in and bury them 2 feet under the top of the embankment, nobody had to do there. It's the seawalls and the folks that are on a shoreline that get so big and poke. They get thin sheeting, they only drive it a foot or two, and then things are blowing out within a year or so. Like Michigan seawall.
So my brother, county commissioner,
rock seawalls.
Right.
And I know that it was dredged before.
I don't know what's going on down there, it was the Hillsdale, disallowed a whole bunch of other.
This one's the second, this one's the
Guard duty, Republican Party, great hours, weekends and holidays off. If you wanna protest this, I don't know if they're just cleaning their ranks, or hasn't been involved in a while, so we're removing.
So it was built, that concrete's from 38.
You can protest it.
The technology on concrete changed a whole lot since then too. You go to a precast plant or not recurring stuff, mixing plant now, a little different than what we did, 68 years ago. Right. But it's gonna be interesting, you know. Some people are gonna want to pond, some people would rather have a stream, some people would rather, you know.
When we did the hard one, when that one blew up, I was there. Engineered the breach.
Okay,
Sure. It was breached. It didn't blow up because it blew up because we breached it. And that was an 8-inch ramp.
So my guess is they breached it to the side to save the structure.
Yep, I think they originally did. And I grew up with some boys that, electric back then, was from the GLE Green Center. When I was young, there's not a dam in Michigan where there's not a river in Michigan.
Excuse me, what are you talking about?
That's always bad, because there's not enough hydroelectric power that comes out of these things, you know.
Well, somewhat.
It felt like it was like, hey, we can get this.
Remember they brought it up in March?
How are you?
That is not my role. That is exceedingly important. Whatever you choose to do, whether you're turning it or quick update on how they changes. I know you're not maybe interested in regular work.
I know, right? We're all very excited.
Now you have more customers as we try to figure out what it's going to look like and how we're going to restore it. But if you own the whole bottom, it makes it a much easier project because then you control all that. But, you know, yes.
One of my brothers. It is, and the guys up at Lake Breeze are awfully ticked off because they sucked and they have people really
Nope. I don't have any skin in the fight. I seriously feel for you because no matter what you decide. Thank you.
They stopped short of it in here.
Okay, right.
no one else.
You know, I looked at that, I'm like, we're gonna put a screen together, we can do better than that. Like the cost that I showed, just, I should have mentioned this, the cost I showed is, yeah, that's like a base cost. When we do projects, we go in for grant funding. We can-
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and get rolling again here. Amy, give me the nod when you're ready. Okay.
I'm stepping out to it.
Ready? You're up.
Thank you.
No, there's something else to add.
All right, I'll call the Lawn Safety Committee to order. If you hadn't heard, if you're here for the Crystal Valley project, we are not really going to be taking any action on that item today. So if that's your sole interest, feel free to excuse yourself or feel free to hang out. So with that, we are called to order. Roll call for lawn safety, please.
Mr. Erickson?
Here.
Mr. Christians?
Here.
Mr. Morse? Mr. Hardy?
Here.
Ms. Mayette?
Here.
Mr. Walker?
Here.
Mr. Banks?
Here. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes from July 14th.
I'll make that motion, Hardy.
Support Walker.
Got a motion and a support. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Very good. Any changes to the agenda? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make that motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Mr. Erickson, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Very good. Any public comment for lawn safety? All right. Very good. With that, we will turn it over to Life EMS for an update.
Good morning. I had to check my watch to make sure it was still morning. So the report that you have in front of you, I'd like to touch on a couple of things. There was a 7.5% increase over the second quarter of last year in our transport volume. Really curious, you know, looking forward a year or two where this stands, if we've reached back to our normal volume, or if it's still altered by the post-pandemic stuff. We did have quite a fair amount of fire standby requests during this period, and the Electric Forest Festival was probably the biggest event that we had. Significant amount of pre-planning went into that. I had reached out to ProMed, White Lake, Osceola County, Mecosta County, and in Montcalm County, and the only ones that were able to help us out with any coverage was Montcalm, and they have for the last time as well. And it's very much needed there. Every other ProMed and White Lake both thought they could initially, and then backed out, just saying that they have staffing issues, that they weren't even going to put it out for their folks to work here. We did 44 transports out of there, and 8 of those were taken by Montcalm County. We literally had every single Life EMS operation involved in the staffing of it. Paired up with some local people, and some of them came up as teams from Grand Rapids as well to do it. As we continue to look for more staffing throughout the northern operation, we've paired up with West Shore as much as we can. And what's not included in here, and I would like to, that just recently happened in the last 2 weeks, I've been working with Michigan Works. We had some involvement with them several years ago about them sponsoring some of the tuition. I currently now have 2 Oceana County EMTs that are going to get full ride, paid to go through the paramedic program at West Shore, so that is fantastic news. And out of the 4 people that we've got in our EMT program currently going on in Hart, the comment has been that they're all very strong students, so hopefully we can recruit for them locally as well. I do know one person is from the Fremont area and intends on coming to work for us, whether it's here, I would actually assume probably Newaygo County, but hopefully the other 3 have some interest in staying here and working with us. Scott Doman, he's been with Life EMS for a long time. He transferred down here from Mason County when we came down here in 2018. He, as pointed out in there, a year ago we started giving full ride scholarships to our own paramedic program. He's in the internship right now and should be able to test for paramedic through the National Registry in probably November. So we're very, very much looking forward to that. We currently have 4 open spots that we need to fill. We still have 1 person off on a long-term injury. We're probably looking at another 7 or 8 months. It's literally going to put it at a year and a half, and that hurts. We've had a fair amount of attention also on our retention program. We did, Mark, what was it, like 1.3 million for the power?
$1 million, yeah.
For power load stretchers. We now wheel the power stretcher up to the back and it latches into this, and it's fully automatic where it raises without any lifting from the crew. And they were all installed right at the end of July or first part of August here in all the vehicles in Oceana County, and the crews absolutely love them.
Mm-hmm.
So we look forward to seeing a reduction in back injuries and shoulder injuries through that process. Were there anything that stuck out in the report that I could address for you guys?
A quick question,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't mind, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Tim.
In your report, you listed 1,346 ambulance transports and on-scene assessment. Any of those transports, is that all in county, or is some of that?
Those are all in county.
All in county.
And they're in this county. They could have been ran by, several of them are ran by Nuevo County or Mason County.
So
Those
if you
are the
do
transports.
if you do transports for Mason,
those are not in this report.
Those are not in there. So that number would actually be
These
higher
are
if you
county.
added those transports in there.
Correct.
Okay.
And or they may be less if I counted the ones that Nuevo County take off the east side.
Okay. Thank you.
Question, Jeff, let's talk a little bit about what the state requires on that ambulance for a trained person, a paramedic, EMT basic, EMT no?
Yes.
Yes.
It's
So-
the advanced, there have been special laws that came out during the pandemic that allowed for medical first responders to be the second person with a paramedic on an advanced life support rig.
Have they lifted that?
Honestly, some of those were lifted. I don't know.
There was part of some of the, again, I'm Mark Meyer, life
Yeah.
insurance, okay, so anyways, and I don't want to steal Jeff's thunder, but Jeff and Jim continue to do a great job with our northern operation, but so during the pandemic there were some emergency orders. One of them was would allow medical first responders to be the second person. So if it was an advanced life support unit, which is all we run in Oceana, the paramedic would be the other. We did not utilize that from a practicality standpoint. We really don't have any medical first responders. That was one of those things that we debated with the health department that really doesn't do us any good, not only us, but the rest of the state. So a basic EMT and paramedic is our minimum staffing. We also have some accreditation requirements where we really can't go below a basic EMT anyways. And then there's some other billing aspects of that the Medicare folks don't particularly care for. So at any rate, so yeah, that was really the only relaxation of the so-called staffing rules, and I think that's still in place.
Okay, and I'm kind of swinging around to
Yeah.
the staffing situation of where if you had more people who were at that qualified licensure, we could improve on the response times, I would like to think.
Well, a couple things, and I don't want to, again,
Steal
Jeff,
you.
you want to finish whatever you want to do, and I can follow up
No,
with
they were, well, you can jump in here and address that one. one of the things would be how long is this gonna be allowed to do, you know, I mean.
Right.
The second part of it is, we would encourage somebody at the MFR level, if they wanna do this.
Yeah.
There's a class right here they can attend, and we'll pay for it if they wanna come and work for us.
Yeah, so what we've done is, we teach medical first response classes as well, primarily for the fire service and some police agencies and stuff. There's in a practical way, there's very little difference in the timing of going through an MFR class than a basic EMT class. There's really not much savings in having an MFR training as compared to EMT. So at any rate, that's kind of the way we've looked at it, and we've tried to encourage folks, and we'll continue to do training in the area, that if they're an MFR, they get a little bit of credit to going through an EMT class, and we'd love to have them matriculate through an EMT class.
Does that answer your question?
Pretty much. But I know we're maintaining 2 facilities in the county that normally, when they're in-house, they're housed at our facility out on Oceana Drive, just north of Hart, and also the one down just south of Shelby.
Yep.
And we've been contemplating as a joint venture here of doing a third placement to be determined. And I just think that I hear the word on the street is it's taking so long for response. And I realize too that the medical response is categorized by dispatch or dispatchers, whether it's a med 1 or a 2 or a 3. And I know you're giving it all you can to make the system work.
Yes, I think overall, staffing wise, I mean, we're seeing some light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, I guess a couple aspects to that is we're doing everything we can, and I know we've talked with Mr. Erickson months ago and whatever, and we were able to get this EMT class going over at the Griswold facility. That's kind of the starting point, and I think we're going to be doing another EMT class here locally. I think, as we've talked about with your new administrator and stuff, that we've got to have locally trained people. That's the key, not only in Oceana County, but all of the somewhat rural operations. And West Shore is helping a little bit with that. Having the classes there is certainly great. You know, they used to teach paramedic EMT class years ago, and so now they're in, is this year 2, Jeff? Of
yes.
The EMT class, and then they're doing a paramedic class, which Jeff just mentioned, which is great for this area. And so we're just hoping to fuel that by doing some EMT classes and doing it in a way where people can have, you know, full-time jobs, and we do the classes now in what we call an academy style, 10 weeks, boom, you know, you're done. And it's just been a great value. So one of the things that just to recognize the challenges that we've had staffing wise is we look back at 2021, and I've had some discussions with some of the commissioners. We're going to go ahead and credit on our invoice that we just sent for the last couple quarters, do a credit of $105,000 for 2021 because we weren't able to do the full staffing. Full disclosure, we really didn't avoid any expenses by not having 3 units staffed 24/7 as we desire and contract for, because of all of the overtime that we're paying, and Jeff and some of the leadership filling slots. You know, we're spending basically the same money, but we think that we're way ahead of the game compared to most any other EMS service in the state, literally, if not the Midwest, by all of this emphasis we've put a couple years ago on training. But we're just
key.
trying to catch up.
And it is gonna take some involvement of getting us into the high schools.
Yeah.
And getting some interest in, you know, for somebody that could come out of a high school graduation and go to our 10-week academy and come out of it with a full-time job and actually a great opportunity to progress into the paramedic without paying for it.
Yep, yep.
And not to be redundant, but we've talked, some of you guys are aware of this, but, you know, we started the first high school EMT program literally in the country about 20 years ago, in Granville, Metropolitan Grand Rapids. But, at any rate, we're having great success with, we provide instructors to some of the high school EMT programs, and, these young people basically, learning a skill their senior year, they come out and get licensed, they work for us, and then we put them in the paramedic training for nothing, for a work commitment. So at the end of year and a half out of high school, you know, you could be making 50, 60 grand with zero debt. And so that's kind of we see the future, and we've made an investment in training where we used to, and we still, if somebody isn't working for us and they want to obviously attend one of our EMT or paramedic programs, they certainly can and pay the kind of normal tuition, if you will. But our training now in the last year and a half, 2 years is all designed to, we want you to work for us. And so with that, you can basically come tuition free. And we have one of the best accredited training programs for paramedics anywhere. And just in the last probably 30 days, 45 days, we've graduated, I think, probably a little over 30 paramedics in a couple classes that we had wrap up. At the end of this calendar year, we have close to 50 paramedics. Again, they all currently work for us. Okay. That'll be completing the training. And so we've kind of gone, instead of, you know, we used to recruit from, we still do, but recruit from everywhere, including other agencies. Nobody's got any people to recruit from. So we need to grow our own pipeline.
Yep.
And so we're about a year and a half, 2 years into that. So I think the good news is we realized early on, you know, we got to have our own pipeline. We can't depend on external training programs. And a lot of you have heard that mantra. So we're full steam ahead to get that done.
Thank you.
How are we doing in Hesperia?
As far as responses?
Coverage.
Coverage.
Responses.
I mean, it's a difficult area when, you know, I mean, if it's right in the town of Hesperia, we're trying to handle that with our Fremont truck, if that's available, or White Cloud. They have a close response. I mean, it's out there. Do you want to talk about the?
Yeah, so we have you know, secured a piece of property for the third station, and again, doesn't really mean anything until we get staffing happening. So at any rate, that would allow us to serve that area better. And right now, you know, basically we're depending on our Newaygo operation to cover Hesperia. Hoping maybe spring of next year that we would start construction of that facility, and that's on M20 and the 128th area. So that will be closer to Hesperia than Fremont. Better shot. The thing, you know, as we talked about when we first started here, before the pandemic, we would prefer, when we're fully staffed, to not have two crews at the same building. So we want to have them dispersed, and so we will get there. And most of you may recall that in the contract, you know, we're basically leaving some subsidy on the table without that third station, because that's part of process of once we get that operational, you know, there's some additional dollars for that or whatever, but, so we're working towards that, and in the meantime, as Jeff said, our Newega resources are probably the best shot for that area. Yeah.
You said 100, M20 and what?
I think it's 100 and...
If I can't remember, I'm
20.
sorry.
It's by the, anyways, it's near a little cemetery about 8 miles outside of Shelby.
Near the DNR station, probably.
I think, yeah, just before that.
Okay.
Kamarowski transfer station.
Transfer,
So the theory being, with that station, the way we kind of looked at it is not only does it disperse the crew and get them a better shot to Hesperia, but the other thing is we also have to be sensitive to the fact that if where we put them, they will still be able to respond back into Shelby without having to move them. So in other words, you know, to move crews that are working on 24-hour shifts all of the time from a deployment standpoint also is a challenge from a, you know, burning the folks out standpoint. So so we tried to kind of, you know, split the difference, if you will.
Well, there's other population centers you have to be conscious of as well, so
Yeah.
that's
And again, as we've talked about before, putting a vehicle stationed in Hesperia means that the majority of their responses would be outside of Oceana County. I mean, that's just the reality.
So when we started talking about that third facility, we were looking somewhere around Klondike out there, 192 and Fillmore, Taylor. With this now down on 20, we've got a much greater exposure up in Colfax on the Pere Marquette. Mason County's only running 2 buses, right? So
224 and 112.
And then our coverage would come from Lake or Mason for the northeast corner.
Yeah, frankly, there's really no good spot to put a signal station.
Yep. Well,
you just can't get there from here. So
a lot of territory out there.
Yeah, and
It's
of course
the road infrastructure. If you look at it, you're either picking one or another. And one of the things is I mean, these 2 trucks go out, and we've got that one. There's still probably an 80% chance the next call is going to come in over on this side of the county.
It's
and
Silver Lake, hot water.
It's a hard thing. It's a balancing act for us. I mean, it would be much easier if you guys just built the 3 stations and said, well, here's your realm of where you need to meet this response time. It's our responsibility to look at it and try to pick the best overall to hit the targets that we have set for us.
Because when I look backwards at this, in Colfax, going back to the Walk Riverville area fire department versus Colfax Town Board, they built a new fire barn out there. And the initial designs had living quarters within that new structure. And as they ended up spending $300 grand on a fire barn that's not being used, they eliminated the living quarters for EMS, and I understand that may have been one of the reasons this was done. But there is a structure out in Colfax. It's a brand new structure. It's a fire barn that's not being used up in the northeast.
Yeah,
just so you're aware of another
No,
structure that was built, my understanding, for that reason. But
yeah, we weren't really in the loop on that, but
they thought they were.
Yeah. But I think that, but again, the challenge of being at that particular spot is just tough.
Not much goes on until something.
Well, it puts them in a spot to serve 600 people really well, but to possibly not serve another 12,000 really well in another section. So it's a logistics issue.
Yeah, it really is.
Paul, did you have anything else?
Nope.
I guess looking at the reports, I'm encouraged. You know, the Med 1 compliance is up a couple ticks from where we've been last year. you can look at the kind of the layout and see that at that 15 minutes, most of those responses are happening where we need them to. So I'm encouraged. I'm encouraged by the training. I'm a firm believer of growing your own, and I think you guys are making that work well. You know, do we have 3 buses on the road? No, but I think you guys
We do
are,
sometimes. I mean,
You do sometimes, yeah.
Yesterday we were literally, I look at it and every single operation up here was fully staffed.
Nice.
It's so nice.
Yep. Yeah. So I see the improvement. I appreciate the credit that does. That's a goodwill gesture. Appreciate that. So, yeah. No, I think we're all moving in the right direction from the hands we've been dealt over the last 2 years. So, anything else for Mark?
Do you work with Michigan Works a lot?
We don't. This started like probably 5 years ago. We teamed up with Mecosta and Osceola County to teach a paramedic program up in Osceola County. And Michigan Works came through with a bunch of money. Every single one of Mecosta County sponsored dropped out of the program and never completed it. I want to say there was only one that completed Osceola's and passed. There was a couple that completed the class but then didn't pass National Registry. I had 7 people, 6 of them, one of them dropped out with family issues, the other 6 passed. 5 of them are still working for us. One just resigned last month because she moved out of state. And when I was contacting to look for help, you know, with these programs, because Oceana County, Mason County, Newaygo, and Lake are all included in this district, he made that point to me. And I was out last week. I was out on vacation out east, and he called, and we were like, I have a problem, and we're worried about him dropping out. And I said, you know, let the record reflect. The people that I sponsored are, and I didn't realize at the time, I thought it was maybe 5, and we had 4. And when I came back early this week, and I was looking at it, I'm like, my gosh, we got 6 of 7, and we still have 5 of those fully employed with us. One of them's a supervisor now, and I emailed him back, and I said, if you ever want to showcase your success, I've got the people right here to show. And I said, I don't know where we would be without these people today. So it's a huge investment. I just reached out again. We had one that just started working for us in Mason County, and she signed up for it. And he's a little concerned that it's too late in the process, and I was pushing a little more to, you know, this is a huge thing for these folks and for us and the communities that are being served by Michigan Works.
Well,
go ahead.
No, and I think that's a resource that we have to continue to leverage, especially for the West Shore class. Like with our classes that we teach internally, you know, we're basically doing the full scholarship ourselves. But we'll also, if somebody's working for us and they choose they want to go to the West Shore paramedic class, no problem. We also help them out with that. But the Michigan Works thing can basically fill in the balance. And I think one of the challenges with the little bit with the Michigan Works, nothing to do with them, but is some of you have heard us talk about before, is that basically over the last probably 5-6 years, all of the paramedic training has gone away in Muskegon, Ludington, now Ludington's back, Cadillac, everywhere is gone. And so that's why we did this class. You know, we used our instructors up in Reed City a few years ago because there was nobody that was growing folks locally. And that makes us very nervous. It's tough for us, like as you can imagine, in Lake County to attract folks that live in that county that are paramedics. We have like, what, 1, I think? Anyways.
We might have 2 full-time people that live in the county now.
So I think we're in the right track, and we need to leverage that, saying that this is a great career for folks.
So were you suggesting that your recruitment efforts paid off greater than what anything Michigan Works has done?
No, it's a partnership. I mean, absolutely. I just wanted them to point out that the folks that we sponsor, because they asked them to be sponsored by somebody, they stuck with the program, you know, and they completed it.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, he was only referencing this one, the Michigan Works gentleman, this one program that happened a few years ago. We're kind of going, hey, everybody that we sponsored, you know, was solid, and so at any rate, so some of those logistics, I think, you know, are a challenge, but we can continue to promote that. I mean, that
Well,
kind of stuff.
I mean, like you take advantage of their, they provide work clothes, they provide transportation, they provide, and the employer, some employers, I don't know if all of them, with the wage the person earns on the job while they're training can be paid for with,
We're not seeking any of that. We just want to encourage our folks to advance their careers and do everything that we can.
That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around is, as I understand it, there aren't too many young people who want to go into this field work, or are you finding?
You know, the one thing that allows us to sleep a little bit at night, over the last couple of years, is we're getting great interest in our classes. Now, the one we held here, we only have 4 in that EMT class, but we put that together pretty quickly and whatever. And again, as Jeff mentioned, we're taking, you know, this school year we're going to be hammering the area high schools and stuff to give them a heads up.
Yep.
All of that. But in most all of the classes that we have, we're having great interest.
Okay, that's
what
I'm quite concerned about, is the.
If we had nobody showing up,
Yep.
we'd be losing our mind.
Yeah.
More than normal. You know, and so, because again, it's a great career for folks, especially when we're supporting their education. They have zero debt, and boom, you know, they're in a solid job. And so, and we have some great success stories from these high school programs, and we're trying to bring that to more of the rural areas as well. And we've done well, like in Allegan and Van Buren counties and stuff like that. And so this is kind of our major focus to make sure people see that there's routinely EMT classes, which there hasn't been. And so we want to make that a routine, you know, going forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Begg?
Yes.
Just very quickly, Ms. Matt, I see the problem with any organization, whether it's a farming organization, whether it's an industrial organization, whether it's education, whatever it is. Kids coming out of high school now don't seem like they have the motivation to want to seek out employment and want to do it. And I hear time and time again, you know, people talking about the high school graduates who would rather play video games all the time than go to work. Maybe I'm old and just look at it that way. But I would like to just pass on to my fellow commissioners how I had the pleasure to be with Mr. Myers at the beginning of the electric forest when he went down to look at the facility that Mr. Stockel had set up the next to the hospital for their people who are working there. And I was so impressed with the family type operation that Life EMS is. There was only one person of all of the people that were there that Mr. Myers didn't know by the first name. And that person had only been with Life for a couple months. He was a new employee. And every one of those employees knew Mr. Myers by his first name and called him by Mark. What a nice organization for people to be able to work for when there's that type of atmosphere. And it all comes from leadership.
Well, thank Jeff for his leadership here, and it was interesting to see that setup at Electric Forest, because it's been a couple years or whatever, so I wanted to get a little on the ground.
Yeah, it's an interesting event, to say the least. And we did what we did. We had 30-some foot trailer that we rented for the crews to stay in while they were there.
Mr. Erickson.
I like the Stryker picture and the power lifts. I've got a friend, Ron Ellenboss at Stryker, used to be, but a fascinating family story at Stryker, and you guys must be a pretty good customer then.
Well, we actually got them in the ambulance stretcher business, because they've always, of course, done hospital beds and whatever. And when we started our Kalamazoo operation, not to get into a big story, but in 1990, the Stryker guys came to us and said, hey, did you ever, think of having a different stretcher? Because at that point in time, there was one company in the country that built every stretcher for every ambulance, and no innovation, et cetera, et cetera. And we said, well, sure. And so we worked with them early on to design the first stretcher, and we basically beta test everything for them since. And so
It's nice. We see this stuff years before it comes
so,
out.
So that's your
that's
your stretcher you're buying from Stryker.
Basically. So they engineered it, whatever. But anyways, because there was when we first started with them, the stretchers we were using literally not only did you have to lift and all that, but there was no weight limit on those cots. And of course, we've been using those for a million years, and we never knew whether is it 300 pounds, 400 pounds, who knows?
5
They wouldn't,
or 6.
They wouldn't say. So the Stryker guys, engineered up. So the other thing with both the safety of our medics with these power loads, but also for our patients, because one of the highest areas of liability in EMS is a stretcher tipping and stuff. And when you unload from the ambulance, you need to be on either exactly flat ground or there's some challenges. The power load takes care of that, because it helps adjust to the angle of the ground and all that. So anyways, so we worked with them a long time, and we're big partners with them, and so
that's pretty neat.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, sorry about taking so much time.
Yeah,
but
we kind of gave your previous meeting a run for their money.
We're not done yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else,
question-wise?
Very good.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
Matt.
Thank you.
All right. With that, any other comments from commissioners on law and safety? Public comment. No public comment. We will adjourn law and safety.
Well, Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris is on the deck here.
I overslept. I apologize.
Fast taxi, huh?
Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be here.
Thank you.
Sorry. Paper first.
Not really.
Oh, thanks. Guys, Elk Rapids.
Elk Rapids, yes.
Cool. I thought the plane was delayed. That sounds so much better.
Okay, I'd like to call to order the Finance and Equalization Committee. May we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Erickson?
Here.
Ms. Mayette?
Here.
Mr. Walker?
Here.
Mr. Beggs?
Here.
Mr. Morse?
Here for this one.
Mr. Christian?
Here.
Mr. Hardy?
Here. I'd ask for a motion for approval of the meeting minutes from July 14th.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Support Christians.
Motion by Beggs, support by Christians. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed, same. Motion carried. Are there any changes to the agenda? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to... I'm sorry.
Just 1 minute, I'm sorry. I was talking to the administrator. I'd like to add to the agenda additional hours for the Register of Deeds office, please.
All right.
Thank you, and I apologize for not hearing you there. Yeah.
I'm gonna put that in right after 2272. Is that?
That would be good, and the administrator and I can fill in the blanks on that when it comes to that time. Thank you.
All right, noted the changes for addition to hours for the Register of Deeds, just below 2272. I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved, Walker.
I'll second.
Moved by Walker, supported by Beggs. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same. Motion carried. Public comment. Anything on the agenda and item topics? Hearing none, we'll move on. Mr. Tom Stevenson's Connected Nation.
Yes, sir.
Right there next to the computer.
All right, right here.
Excuse me.
Oh, there we are. I'm Tom Stevenson. I'm with Connect Nation, Michigan, and I'm the broadband solutions manager for Northern Michigan. I've been working the last 11 years with counties all the way from Muskegon all the way up into the UP, so I've got a lot of windshield time on my hands. I've been working with Oceana County, I believe now for about 6 years, on and off, working on your technology action plans. And so I'm here today to give you a quick, I guess everybody knows everything that's going on out there. A lot of money's being floated for broadband, and you're also receiving a lot of expansion from Great Lakes Energy in your county. So I want to put this all together. I did hand out a cheat sheet. I don't know if the audience wants a copy of this or not. Just so this doesn't turn into too big of a data dump for you, and you can take notes on this. Just hand it off to the folks up there if they'd like. And so, anyway, so right now I'm still the primary, excuse me, the primary source of contact for all broadband, and right now in the state of Michigan. And right now we also Connect Michigan facilitated a state level task force to address the state's broadband challenges. It's kind of a novel idea, everybody working on broadband in the state of Michigan, bring them all together in one room instead of having a bunch of silos, put it all together and work together on this. So we've been so far very successful, and providing technical assistance and guidance for communities, internet service providers, through meetings, presentations, capacity building, and training. We currently also administer the Connecting Michigan Communities Grant Program, and we support the Michigan High Speed Internet Office, which we just had recent news on, and I'll get into that in a moment. And most importantly, for Oceana County, in the near term, we implemented the Michigan Broadband Infrastructure and Audit Validation Project. Basically, we're going to map all the individual locations that don't have access to broadband in the county. And that's going to be important when you start talking about all this funding that's coming your way between now and 2025, or 2026, I should say. So this is the, back up here. So this is the task force, just to quickly talk about the CMIC, the Michigan, Connecting Michigan Task Force. These are all the different agencies that are on board. So when we started having issues recently, MDOT getting under the railroad, we got a lot of communities. MDOT's running rather slow, especially the railroad companies, trying to get access and fiber to the other side of the road. We've got a lot of communities, a lot of homes are being cut off by that. So we're trying to work through them. And then also trying to coordinate things with the libraries and schools, because not only are we looking at access to broadband, but also training. And in this county, with the big build out of Great Lakes Energy, some of the build out that's going on right now, I think training, working with your population is going to be important to actually be able to leverage all this technology that's being brought into the community. So these are the fiber bills. This is last year's data based on the FCC's 477 data, which we know is not the best in the world. And so these are the areas right here we're having. This is the fiber map, gigabit level service as of this time last year, are actually turned in. This data was turned in last summer. We're currently collecting that data again. But as you can see, the thoughts of Oceana counties, the build out here, Great Lakes Energy was just starting their build here, hadn't turned it in yet. But you can see this is Great Lakes Energy's build up in Emmett County and Charlevoix County. So fiber to the home, we're seeing a lot of build in the UP recently, and now we're seeing a lot of build outs in the center part of the state. So fiber optics, this down here is Midwest Energy, and when they turn their data in, they turn it in for locations. They don't turn it in for census blocks. So eventually you're going to start seeing everything looking like this on the maps. We're forcing all the providers to turn it in. We don't, because with the FCC data, if they supply one home in a census block, they count the entire census block. So, and I'll get into this a little bit more. And so now we're requiring everybody to turn in, who do you actually serve? Where's your service? Because what happens here is when you have one home in a census block that has 100 homes, those 99 other homes, they don't qualify for any of this funding that comes up. Basically, they're taken off the map, which is not, causes a lot of issues that you've probably heard in the past. So currently right now, so this is Oceana County right here, and this is what we had last year. But I think you're going to start to see the next set of maps come out. You're going to start to see a large build out up along the Hart area and the southern part of over to Hesperia. So quickly looking, the big one for you is Great Lakes Energy is building out. This is the green areas, and hopefully, by the way, we're working with Tracy and working with Cassie over at Great Lakes Energy, and now assigned somebody. And hopefully the next meeting you have Cassie in here, we will now have a single point of contact. And actually, like everybody else, I have issues with labor, and we're all falling short, so you'll have somebody to directly work with on the broadband issue to keep track of it. But these are the areas right now that's already being served, and then this is the blue areas are connecting up, and Hesperia right now, they're actually starting to connect up that area on that side. They're moving north. Since I will speak for Great Lakes Energy, they have the second largest electric co-op in terms of land mass in the country. So their build out, you're going to see, is roughly happening right now. It's going to take them about 7 to 8 years to build out all their areas. So they go all the way down to Hastings, all the way up to the Mackinac Bridge on the west side. So they have a lot of territory, about 125,000 co-op members. Yes, sir.
So if it's green, that means that every single house in that green area
that is a co-op member.
That's a co-op member. Which
that's a co-op member.
Theoretically should be most people.
Most of the people over there. If you are it is available to you.
Okay.
Whether that's you aware of it or
it's not like the census block that you're talking about where one person. Okay.
No, they're supplying it. Their board of directors said they will supply broadband, make it available to all of their co-op members.
Good.
But they will not expand beyond right now using co-op members' money into areas that they do not serve directly unless there's additional funding with it. Right. Their board of directors has said no to that. Co-op members take care first, and then they'll go on beyond that. But until they build up, they got a large area to build out. So, but they are to the table. There's all this other funding they're looking at to expand beyond that territory using federal money and state money. Yes. So, and those are the conversations I'm trying to facilitate with your folks here and educate you on, so you can start working out the paperwork so that you can actually apply for that funding with them. Because this is going to require a public-private partnership with that. So this is Great Lakes Energy. So basically, when we met a couple weeks ago with some of the couple of commissioners in the group, you're looking at 3 areas. The city of Hart wants it really bad now because everybody around you don't have. Everybody's getting fiber, so now you want fiber in the city of Hart. That's kind of typical. I have that back like up in Emmett County. Petoskey now wants fiber. They had charter. Harbor Springs has charter. Now they want fiber because everybody around them out in the rural areas who did not have service now have access to gigabit level, have fiber, have a lot better service at cheaper prices, by the way. So This is typical, what you're hearing, but also we have the Pentwater area. That has a lot of areas up there. That's a big piece that's got to get solved. And I believe we talked about the southeast corner there of the county. That area still needs to be filled in. That's under Consumers Power. And so the negotiations with various providers to get, so you have the entire county covered. You're in pretty good shape. Oceana County actually benefited. The labor shortage has hurt everybody. And for example, the U.S. Forest Service, they laid off a lot of people, and then all of a sudden we got all these fiber bills. DNR, they laid off some people during the pandemic, or people moved on, and so then all of a sudden they get all this permitting. You know, they go from 125 miles of permits to 1,500 miles of permits. And so with Great Lakes Energy, they were going to build out in the over in the Shelby area, and then over in the White Cloud area and down by Wayland. But because the U.S. Forest Service, the permitting fell behind, it took them 18 months instead of 6 months like it normally does, because they're that far, they were that shortage of people. So what happened? Oceana County benefited from it, so all those resources and materials that were supposed to go in those 2 other areas came to Oceana County. So you actually benefited from this labor shortage. Probably the only time that's going to happen for you, but it's something that you benefited from. So, so real quickly, this is the recently my boss Eric Frederick, Leo just hired him. He is now the director of high-speed internet. The state and the legislators decided, with all this funding and TIA, all this funding coming our way, that we need somebody to coordinate this. We can't coordinate it from a legislative committee, so we have to be able to coordinate this. And so we joined 32 other states and created an Office of High-Speed Internet. And they're currently hired Eric. He's going to hire 8 staff members, probably an additional 8 more after that, to keep up with it. And so with that, we'll have to update the state's strategic plan to go after all this BEAD money, this infrastructure money. The state, all that money is going to be dispersed through the state, but the state has to apply for it just like you'd apply for a grant. You have to prove we need it, you have to have the people in place, you have to have a grant program to be able to disperse it with the laws and cooperation amongst legislators. So there's a lot of moving pieces to this to make this happen. And so this is what we've done here. Again, this is kind of a repeat. So earlier this year, to begin with, the legislators and the governor's office finally worked together. The Trump administration gave the states ARPA money. They had about a little over $5 billion in ARPA money, and we figured out how to use 4.8 of it. And so out of that, 250 million of it from the capital, what ARPA, or the Capital Funds Project they call it, 250 million of it is going to be used for broadband grant program. And we're going to use this right away. Our intention is to take, according to the legislators wrote the law, the governor signed it, so 150 of it's going to be dispersed out to last mile or individual hooking up, bringing service to the homes and businesses and organizations within rural areas. The minimum speeds that has to be supplied is 100 megs down and 20 megs up. That's the new standard, but it's going to have to be scalable to 100 by 100. So it means 100 megs up. And the reason they're driving 100 megs up is because the schools need it for the teleworkers need it for, because now instead of just receiving video and things like that, now you're going to be sending information out. So for the schools and also for the medical, the telehealth community would like to see at least 30 to 40 megs upload speeds for the monitoring. Quite often, I have for example, I have I sit on a board of a library up in Elk Rapids. We dedicated a couple hotspots to the telehealth, and so people, when you come out of the hospital, they find out if you put a monitor in there, monitor you for the first 2 weeks, you eliminated about 85% of the readmissions. They say roughly 15% of the people are readmitted after surgery. If you put a monitor, you get ahead of it, like infections get ahead of it, you don't have to end up back in the hospital, or even worse, pass away. So this eliminates about 85% of it. So for those folks that don't have internet service, our library provides a hotspot that's dedicated to the Munson monitor. So, but it requires those massive upload speeds to be able to put eyes on the patient. That's what they want to see when they discover something. They want to be able to turn a monitor on and ask you, and see if the side of your face is drooping. They'll ask you, maybe you might have a stroke or something. They want to look at you to make sure that you're doing all right. Because if they detect something on the monitor, they want to put eyes on the patient. That requires, in a lot of the rural area, about 30 megs of upload speeds to be able to send that information out so they can actually see your face clearly and your tongue and get and monitor you. So that's really important. So that's what's driving the 21st century. That's what's driving this 100 by 100. And really the only technology out there that's going to reliably supply that is fiber optics. So that's why we're going with fiber optics. And fiber optics should be around, the fiber optics are laying in the ground right now, should last roughly 50 years, if not more. And the only thing they're going to be doing is changing the lasers or the electronics at the end of the fiber. They'll be upgrading those devices, but the actual hardware, the vast majority of the cost is to lay the fiber. So I think the government, when I first started working in Oceana County, if you had 3 megs down and 1 meg up, you were happy camping. That was the golden standard 10 years ago. Now if you don't have 100 by 20, you're not even happy. A lot of people aren't even happy with that.
And you paid a lot of money for it.
And you pay a lot of money for it too. So, so the government is finally, and the providers have said, let's, you know, we had programs that did 10 by 1. We had programs that, well, we had 4 by 1. We had another couple $1 billion for 5 by 1, a couple $1 billion more in programs for 10 by 1, and it was 25 by 3, and finally the providers have said, let's just do fiber and get it over with. Because the fiber that's being laid right now can actually push out a terabit of service, which is 1,000 gigabit. So, I think Great Lakes Energy is how many people have their service right now? So I think you're getting a terabit. You can get a gigabit for $100 or something like that. And I think it's 100 by 100 is what, $59 an hour? Something like that. So you get options depending on what your needs are. So, and that's fiber. And that's what fiber does for you. So these are some of the things, the Capital Funds Project. They're also be doing some middle mile. That's the infrastructure in between the substations and the different homes that actually supply. And of course, 5% of it's going to be used for the administering the staff at the Michigan High-Speed Internet office. The thing about this program through the state, that runs through the state, that the legislators are only going to allow the service providers, the private sector, to use this money. They're not going to allow to apply for this grant funding. If you are part of it, you'll have to be part of a public-private partnership. That's set by the legislators right now, our legislators. But when they go through the BEAD program, I'll talk about it, they open it right out. That opens right out. And these projects, like all the other ARPA funds, have to be completed by 2026. So the providers, such as you're talking with or dealing with right now, they're all looking at these grant programs, and we're going to want this, make this check available, or application period available by December of this year. Because we want the money spent, the legislators want the money spent, and the providers start working on the ground, and then if the snow melts next year, or at least by June 1st. So we're pushing this through right now so that things can happen quickly. Let's see, so the mapping. This is the big piece right here for Oceana County. This is the data from last year, all the green areas, that where service providers said they're supplying 100 by 10 or 100 by 20, or 100 by 10, excuse, 100 by 20 service. And this is the areas in green. And so the MEDC has decided that they needed to get a handle on this data since the FCC data. We estimated that the old FCC data was at least 20% off. And when I get into counties, especially like Mason County, I think Mason County, I have to believe that data was off by 50% up there. And you get up in the Walkerville area in your county, I think that data was exaggerated. I don't think it's as strong as what it is. And so we are putting the state. It actually ended up our engineering team, which does the mapping anyway, ended up getting the contract Well, we're gonna be putting, we got 16 teams on the ground driving over 65,000 miles. They're gonna drive the, around the edge. They started in April. The team started down here. We got going in April. I was up in UP then. They said, Tom, what's the snow up there? So I got 2 feet. I got 2 feet on the ground still in Chippewa County. And I'm going to Marquette, that's bare, but they said we got a snowstorm coming. So we had 8 inches while I was there. So they concentrated to get started down in here, and then right now the teams have moved up north. So they're actually up in UP, and they've started mapping these areas right here, and they should be in Oceana County probably in the next month or so. So county administrator, the sheriff's department should be notified. There's going to be some people driving around, stopping, looking at things, and not to get too excited. They're not staking out, they're actually mapping and visiting, actually mapping the assets, the fiber assets. So they will drive around the edge of these and find out exactly where this service is. So as an example, and we're doing this for several reasons. So to give you an example, this is, we had a test piece done by over in Alcona County. This is, to give you an example of how bad this is Lincoln, everybody, Oceana County, Harrisville, the end of 72. That's over on the east side of the state. This is an area supposedly covered, turned in by a provider that covers, says I cover this area, that 100 by 20, this whole area. So when we had the last grant program called the RDOF, Rural Digital Opportunity Program, none of this area, none of these homes in here qualified for a subsidy funding. The idea is the government just throws out a subsidy. Rural areas are tough to, the business case in rural areas is hard, so the government puts out a subsidy to try to attract private investment. None of this area here qualified. None of this area qualified. So we put a team on the ground. So we went on the ground, and this is Lincoln, the little town of Lincoln. So this is the area right here, where those are the area, that's the service area. That's the only area, the homes attached to these lines right here can only allow, or we're only eligible, or could actually capture that speed. And all the rest of these homes in towns, there's no way they had 100 by 10. So therefore, they did not qualify. So that map, that green, should have looked like that. And then these areas right here, and all the homes, which will end up being little red dots, based on the county's 911 data, should have qualified for funding. So the FCC is collecting the data right now from the providers, asking for those individual locations. Their methods, so we're not trusting the method, so number one, the state's going to do this. The state's going to do this and actually track it individually. So when I blow up the map, so you can see right here, all these farms and homes and those areas supposedly that have service really don't have service. So that's kind of an idea of what we're doing. So number one, we need to identify on an address level where the homes that have service and where they don't. I know up in Pentwater, Chris tells me all the time about how homes they covered, but they're not really covered. Charter says they got them covered, but they're not really covered. And so those homes therefore did not qualify for any funding. So now those homes, including areas probably around Hart, some of these other areas in the state, in your area, they will be identified therefore now qualifying for funding where they did before. And this is something the providers need to go after to help fill in the data, fill in those holes. On top of that, the way we're doing it, we can challenge that FCC map. Because what's at stake is probably about $500 million in funding. So, so what we're going to do is be able to challenge the map because we've identified it individually. You've heard speed test, somebody doing speed test. The FCC will not allow a speed test. There's too many things wrong with a speed test. Number one, your router could be bad, your connection could be bad, or in a lot of cases, when you're looking at, say, remember I said, showed this area down here in the corner that had Midwest. They have a package at 50 by 50. About 80% of the people will buy a 50 by 50, 50 up and 50 down because it meets their needs. So why spend the extra money? So, but if they take a speed test, it would show, but then they can get 2 gig. but the speed test would show they only had 50 by 50. So, we, like I said, the FCC, you can use the data to challenge something, but you can't use it to challenge the maps. To start it, you can use it to start an investigation. So, and then the other thing we're doing this so is we can track it, so we have all these different pots of money that I'm listing out here on this little program. So once an area receives a subsidy, we don't double dip, because we did a study back in 2018 for Governor Snyder. The schools did it back in 2020. We need about $6 billion to build out. And when you do your third grade math and you read all these numbers up, you're going to get about 2.2. So we need private investment. We can't use it for double. We can't do a double build or overbuild. We can't double dip in an area. We just simply can't afford to do it. So this is going to allow us to be able to track it on an individual basis. So this is the RDOF funding for Shelby County, or for Oceana County, and I think let's see, Oceana County at Charter, Mercury, which was just approved, and Point Broadband. And by the way, Elon Musk, the FCC this morning, tonight, Elon Musk is $1 billion in federal funding. He said you can pull a gigabit by gigabit from the satellite, and they haven't been able to approve it. They still get pretty good service, but you can't get a gig by gig. So he was just, by the way, I was just told on the way here he was denying that. So these are the areas. I'll back up. So the dark brown is Charter, the green is Point Broadband, which is the old Cass Air, and the light brown right here is Mercury. Now, they've already been built out by Great Lakes Energy, so the question to them is, what are you going to do? You're going to turn that money back in, so they get questions, and they'll have to work it out. So there'll be a penalty to pay, or have to return back those turn back in those census blocks. That. So yeah, like I said, this is it, the pot of money. When this is all done, there'll be another RDOF phase 2, but we don't know when that's going to get launched because we have all these other programs coming your way. So the last one is the BEAD, is the Build Back Better program, and so I'll get into that in a minute. But now, unlike our legislators coming down from the federal government, all these different agencies now can actually apply for the funding. It'll have to still be done under a recommended public-private partnership, but they can actually be the applicants this time, the direct applicants. So for those organizations that want to go after the funding, they can. So the Broadband Equity and Access and Deployment Program, another acronym we have to learn. This is what's coming out of the infrastructure money. We're getting $42 billion is for broadband. I'll get into what state of Michigan's share of it. They just had a grant program for $1 billion for middle mile. $1 billion doesn't go far. Middle mile, I think for Michigan might get maybe 20 million of that. That doesn't build much fiber. So, and it had to be an open access network, and so not many private companies will spend. They can't borrow money to build an open access network. So, the big one is the Digital Equity Act of $2.7 billion, and that's where I think Oceana County. When you get this all built out, you're still going to have to look at how to train your folks, money for libraries, your schools, different organizations to help train people how to use this, different training programs, how to use the internet. And the other thing too is the affordability program. All these providers have to offer a package, and the broadband affordability, at least a $30 a month discount. So that's the biggest issue right now. Is not. Used to be when I started back then, people didn't know, well, the internet's going to go away. It's just a temporary thing back 10 years ago, and so people didn't get involved. Now it's a permanent thing. So the big issue why people aren't adopting is cost. So they're going to address that, and anybody taking the funding is going to have to offer a low-cost broadband program. And then also the other thing too is truth in advertising. They're going to force the providers to actually list out what they did. All the different taxes and hidden fees are now going to have to be brought out into the open. So for the state of Michigan, if we don't do anything, the states don't do anything under this BEAD program, they're still going to get $100 million. but $100 million, like remember I told you the $5 billion figure, $100 million is not going to go very far. So that's why we're going after the high-speed internet office. So the state of Michigan, if everybody plays nice together in the sandbox in the state of Michigan, we should see about $2 billion out of that with the mapping. So the FCC is probably going to come back and say, yeah, you only, with their maps, probably only have about 1.5, and we're going to come back and say, no, here's the proof we actually need 2. We're going to show more need than what they'll show. So we'll be able to put that up. So the other thing too they're looking at is that, and right now it's a third priority. It's not been talked much about, but a lot of your anchor institutions, such as your medical facilities, your fire halls, your township halls, there'll be funding to make sure they all have access to fiber. Whether or not they get connectivity is a different beast, but your libraries. I still got schools hooked up to DSL, copper phone lines, being fed by that. Even some medical facilities and libraries. So we want to make sure they have the 21st century infrastructure. So, and that is one of the things we are mapping. I forgot to mention, is when we do map, we are looking at all the anchor institutions driving in front to see if they actually have access to it. If not, then there'll be funding to help bring them fiber to their door. So, and then, like I said, they all have to have it. So, low-cost service, talked about this, they have to offer low-cost service. And the thing about these programs is it's going to require at least a 25% match. And they're going to be very competitive. And so typically you're going to probably see anywhere from probably around a 40% match to be able to be in the ball game to go after this money. So a lot of the other grant programs at the scenic level we're looking at, we're at 50%, but those are smaller amounts. So we're still figuring it's going to probably take anywhere from 30 to 40%. So match. The idea, like I said, $2.2 billion, they're going to try to get private investment, as much private investment as possible, because to stretch the dollar. So stretch that out. Middle mile I just talked about. Digital Equity Act. There's a lot of programs coming up over the next couple of weeks, and I'll be contacting. There'll be some announcements on that, but that's going to be a new one. The state's probably going to see at least $30 million in grants programs for your libraries and stuff. So, and then affordability, like I said, this used during the pandemic, we called it the emergency broadband benefit. Now we call it the affordable connectivity program. And right now they put aside $4.2 billion. In Michigan, we figured we have roughly 1.5 million families that qualify. And you can either be in the federal lunch program, seniors on SSI, veterans. Those folks qualify for these discounts, special discounts. Yeah, they did have veterans in this too. But right now, we only have about 400,000 people are actually taking this. So the biggest part of this program is actually helping people sign up for it. And so that's one of the big problems with that. So hopefully there'll be some grant money to help address that and work with those vulnerable populations to help them sign up for providers. So we're broadband labels. So some of the counties have already jumped ahead with their ARPA money. I was working up in Leelanau County, and this is the one you see a lot of press on. I don't know if you've seen this lately or not. This is where they work with the electric co-op, which is Trail Land Electric Co-op up there. They didn't want to get in the broadband business. They covered this side of the county. They had about 4,600 customers that didn't have access to internet, so I said, okay, we're going to allow you on our infrastructure at a very, very reduced lead. The county commissioners came together. They put out bids. They worked back and forth with the providers under NDA, signed non-disclosure agreements, gave them the 911 data, so they made sure they had all the homes, the proper homes, they were using the right data, and then they negotiated. And so they ended up using some of their ARPA money for this. So right now they're starting up in the Northport area, and they're building out to about 10,000 homes. So with Point Broadband, which is the old CAS there. And so that's one of them. And I was just in Benton County the other day, and they just put out the announcement. With Leelanau, what Leelanau did is they actually hired somebody, a consultant, used a little bit of their ARPA money to help negotiate with the providers, so they protected the legalities and protected the county and themselves, the HIPAA. So now, Benzie County just did the same thing. They set up to $200,000 to spend on their ARPA money for that. So they just announced that, and so they're now working and signing NDAs, and just like you're starting to do here, and cooperating, doing the same thing to get a build out. They also got the electric co-ops working with them there. So, and this is, by the way, this is all free. I think you've got this. You keep this, and then pass this out. So, questions? Sorry, I told you I was a data dump. I warned you.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of things happening. So, so the funding is going to be going through. Like I said, I kind of skipped through it because I started seeing your eyes glaze over a little bit. But the $2 billion, we know we can't do that in 1 year. We're going to have to spread that out because fiber optics is short supply right now. The good fiber is 18 months back order, 18 to 24 months. Even the orange conduit is out a year now.
Where does it come from?
We buy the American stuff, the good stuff. I'm talking the good stuff.
Okay.
No. I don't think any of these providers buy. You're thinking the cheap Chinese stuff?
Just wondering what the supply chain is.
Yeah. There's even the Koreans have got some really cheap stuff out there. Nobody's touching it, so they want to put it in the ground in 50 years. And so I know, like the electric co-op and even Point, their board of directors says we're not going to use anything that's no cheap stuff, because the fiber, the fiber optics itself is only 10% of the cost of the installation, the material. That's only 10%. And so what you're seeing with the electric co-ops, what they're doing is they're actually, meaning Wolverine Power has run power to all their substations, and how they do this is they run massive amounts of fiber to the substations, as much as the poles will handle. And Wolverine will be announcing here pretty quick, they have anywhere from 48 to 400 strands still available. They run them to the substations, and then from the substations they have a little hut. There's a little hut right there at the substation, and then they hook the fiber up, which holds all the fiber and the lasers. They hook up, they follow their telephone poles out to all the homes. There's no power. The power stays right there at the substation with backup power. So it's strictly light, and the light is transmitted every the fiber can be transmitted up to 39 miles, depending on how many times it's spliced. So there's no power. So when your lights go out, you don't have any power, but if you got a little backup generator, you can still stream internet, and that happens. You might not be able to take a shower, or you might not be able to eat, but you can do internet if you got a little backup power. So, and that happened. My friends up in Emmett County, that happened to them last summer. They're out for 2 weeks, had to go swim in the lake, take the bath, but they get kids happy they had internet, so kept them happy.
And so as far as, were you going to ask questions? No. So as far as us moving forward, so the little group of us that are working with Tom, he's helping us know. So Chris is a part of the group too. If you guys don't know who Chris Conroy is, she's from Pentwater, and she's been really this direction started with her, and then a few of us got on board and said, hey, this is important for the whole county, and we need to look at it as a county level too. And so he's going to help, Tom and Chris are going to help us navigate what's the best avenue to take. Like what is the most efficient, what's the best for our county, because there's a lot of different avenues we could take. I mean, Ottawa County just did the millage, $30 million millage deal, whatever it was, 30 something. Yeah. So that's an avenue. There's, not saying I think that we should do that, but there's lots of different avenues, different companies to work with, talk with, and so we want to do the best bang for our buck, make sure we're not left out of that money. So that's what Tom's here for our help. So I appreciate the presentation.
Yeah,
and
you've got.
helping us.
I think you got 3 holes. Well, part I'm considering a hole because they want it really bad. So, but they're in a different situation where they can partner up. Their utility can partner directly up with a provider, and actually hang the. Rob's explained their city manager, so they're anxious to work with anybody
Yeah.
and cooperate with their staff, but you have those other two areas, especially the Pent Water, and then you got the
southeast corner, but
southeast
also
corner.
New Era. We have consumers there, so we
Yeah,
don't
so you
have-
got some holes you gotta fill in yet,
Yeah.
but, yeah, you're in better shape than most counties.
Sure.
I'll say that right now because of the Great Lakes Energy Bill and the fact that, they had, US Forest Service had issues, but, you know, benefited from that, but you still have some areas to go after. But,
Yeah.
You're in pretty good shape that wise, but you're not done yet. You're not even close to being done, and, then we'll talk about training. That's next. You gotta train your folks how to use this, so, help them use it, so, that's the other issue, so.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Done.
Mr. Hardy, can I make one comment?
Yes, go ahead.
So, this isn't really for you, this is just for the board. Broadband internet's marvelous, it's necessary for business, for personal use. I guess one thing I want to be careful of, and this is just a personal philosophical concern, that government shouldn't be in the business of providing broadband internet. Government should be in the business of staying out of the way of private enterprise to bring products to their consumers. So as we work through this, that's something that I'm wary of. It's government's job to stay out of the way for progress, not to necessarily bring progress. So that's a difficult line to venture through with federal money coming in and whatnot. We also want to be conscious that every dollar that comes from the feds or the state is still taxpayer money. So just something that I want to throw out there on the front end to make sure we're all. I'm going to be watching it. Whether that's a concern of yours, that's no problem. So
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, can I comment? So,
yeah.
So with all the programs coming up, what you're going to be looking at is providers are going to have to show to go after all this grant money for themselves, a public-private partnership. So they're going to have to show some kind of a relationship and some legal documentation. It's like signing an NDA, an MOU, letter of consent, so that you know that the county commissioners are on board, so that you'll make sure there's cooperation with the road commission, but also you're working with them to say, hey, I got one county, I got an airport and a county road commission that needs fiber. We want to run it over there. So they want to show a level of cooperation.
Sure.
And these public meetings like this with those providers, I think they have to. The details aren't quite out yet on it, but we're told, and so that's why we're getting people ready, is to start those conversations. And then, but necessarily, they just need your cooperation and your support, not necessarily your money.
Sure.
I mean, they like your money, but
right.
Yeah, but I mean,
understood.
Understood.
And I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Because I run a business, and I've often said my guys get sick of hearing I'd rather be without power than internet, because internet's just such a vital. I run a repair shop. We fix cars, but internet is vitally important
Yes.
to every facet of that. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, John. Thank you too.
Mr. Hardy.
Yes,
I totally agree with you. It's kind of like the ARPA money, right? It was given to us as the federal government gave it to us, although it's our taxpayer money. So it's kind of like, it's a tough situation because taxes are already high enough. They're already, I feel like, wasting some money up there, and but hey, let's use it if we can benefit from it.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be there, no matter whether it's Detroit that uses it or us. We might as well use it for our
Agreed.
good. So yeah, I so agree.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. Moving on. Tracy, consideration of a proposed resolution for appropriation of ARPA funds as recommended by the committee, 2271.
So the ARPA committee met twice, and as a result, the items that are in that resolution are the ones that they are recommending for approval. So I don't know. Did you want me to go through those?
No,
I think we should for the public.
Okay.
You know, real quickly, just what they are and the amount of money that we're asking for approval.
Okay, so, there are several items on there for the, health department, which is a building that the county owns. We're looking to replace the carpet, $65,839, the roof, $106,000, crack ceiling for the parking lot, $64.52. And then there's a tree removal on there for $4,600. Maintenance requesting $3,800 for flashing for the courthouse, and that is for the courtyard part, so that they can get the flow to go the other direction rather than coming through into the courtyard, which they believe is causing some issues with the flooding in the basement. So we're still working on other items as it relates to that. Brownfield requesting $10,000 for operating expenses. Drain Commission revolving fund, $50,000 for maintenance. Drain Commission notification, $6,500. Parks and Recreation, 2 of those for Black Lake. Electric shelter, for the shelter, $45,320. New parking, $36,000. Gales Pond, the boardwalk renovations, $25,900. Register of Deeds, they're looking for $108,882.95 for conversion of some old books. They want to go digital with those. Courts are looking for $160,000 for workstations and some e-filing. Economic Alliance, part-time assistant for $11,200, and that's for the remainder of fiscal year 2022 and all of 2023. And then the Oceana Medical Care Facility outdoor enhancements for $22,000.
Any questions or comments?
Register of Deeds would be an employee doing this? Or is this a company that's going to be contracted out to do that?
That would be a company.
A hire out, yeah. And I want to point out too, the workstations and e-filing for the court system is actually mandated by the state of Michigan without any funding.
Right, of course.
Of course.
I think it's great though to get it,
right,
digitally converted. So
this workstation e-filing, is that the we talked about this earlier with the conversion of a library or something where the public has access to law books and whatnot? Is that?
Well, this is mandated for them to digitize the documents, and the workstations are basically for people in that request for funding was hiring people to come in, I believe 3 days a week, 8 hours a day, up to 3 people for
scan documents.
To scan, you have to go through and scan the documents and then go from there. So that's a combination of some computers, computer equipment, and workstations, and personnel.
Mr. Hardy?
Yes.
All of the local law enforcement agencies, including the Sheriff's Department, have a mandate going right now from the Michigan State Police to get final dispositions from court systems put online with on criminal records and everything. Is this part of that to set them up so they can get that all done?
I believe it is, yes.
Because we have 2 members of the Sheriff's Department here. I think the undersheriff could tell us it's a monster to try to get that all straightened out right now for the local agency. I'm glad to see that we have the funds to expedite that.
And I want to point out too, there was some cost calculations in there of maybe a 4.5% cost increase, and there was also some wage references from, I'm just going to say, I don't remember the exact number, $16 to $20 an hour. So there's some flexibility in those numbers as well. So we kind of took a middle ground for it for right now. Any other questions?
Thank you for reading those.
I have one.
Yes, go ahead.
Details on the medical care facility outdoor enhancement, is that like a recreation area?
Yeah, it was several different components of that. Let me see if I can find it for you real quick here.
Need the nitty details.
Yeah, it had to do with their courtyard and basically where some of the residents go out, and some embellishments in that courtyard area. There were some other requests, I want to say, that came from them as well, that we didn't push through at that meeting. Let me see if I can find that out. Oh, sorry. Enhancements of outdoors, landscaping and waterscapes and murals. So that was for the patients' benefits.
One issue I see with the resolution in front of us is there's a total up top that is not equal to the list down below. 315,000. That list is more than 315,000.
That is my fault. I went through and added and changed, and I didn't make the change to that.
Thank you for that.
But I will make sure that
we'll edit that before we move on to the
correct.
To the draft. Yeah. Yeah, I want to point to some of this. We had two meetings. The ARPA board came in. Some of this was actually passed or brought forward in the second meeting or the first meeting that we had, but it fell a day before our meeting here, so it kind of got put onto this agenda.
Sure.
And then we met yesterday, same thing, and some of that stuff. So that's where the total's off.
Sure.
Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
But thanks for pointing it out. Anything else? If not, we'll move on. Tracy, consideration of a proposed resolution to apply for a $5,000 grant through the county's work comp carrier 2272.
So we have the opportunity to apply for a $5,000 grant to purchase new ergonomic equipment for our workstations, lift desks, chairs, keyboards, keyboards, mouse, those types of things, and I'm asking the board to approve this resolution so we can apply for the $5,000 so we can get those items for employees.
Any questions? All right, moving on. Tracy and Mr. Walker, additional hours for Registered Deeds Office. 22. I put 2273 on that. I hope that's.
The Registered Deeds Office is only 3 people, and one of the people is not able to work at this time. So the Registered Deeds has asked that 2 people who work in the office as needed can go from 35 hours to 40 hours a week, so they can get all of the deeds filed in a timely manner and get things done like they have been doing. Should be a short-term thing. Tracy, was there anything else?
Nope.
Do we need a resolution for that or just approval?
I'm preparing it right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Phil.
Yeah, the person that's out does not expect to be out long.
We don't know.
We have to be careful here. If we're talking about HIPAA regulations, we have to be very careful.
Right. Okay.
And also, Mr. Morris, with respect to the person.
Yeah, right.
You know, all the way around, it's a total package there.
Yeah.
No, it should not be a long time.
Any other questions?
I have a question. I'm having trouble understanding when it says total cost, that one item, it's like $233 and
60. Well, when they calculate it in the system, it's done by 4 decimal points. So that's why it looks that way.
Yeah, very precise.
Yes.
I asked the same question.
Splitting pennies up into 100,000 pieces.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. All right, then I think I understand it.
And I guess I just would like to add, if we could maybe, part of the resolution, just be revisited in a month, just depending on where the situation is, or just to make sure that we revisit it. It doesn't continue to be 40 hours even after the other person's back.
Put a sunset date on it
Right.
to revisit.
So do you?
Just don't want it to go through the cracks.
Would you like, because I was putting in the resolution that staffing hours would return to normal levels once the employee has returned?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
Assuming that he will return.
Okay. Tracy, discussion regarding the motions for the next agenda.
So, I had provided you a copy of what it would look like if we switched from resolutions to motions, and wanted to bring that up again to you to see if you would like to change that for the next agenda, the next board meeting. If so, if you want to do that, we'll have to change the board rules, which we can bring to the next meeting for that change. But how would you like that to look? Do you want it set up in tables like you currently do? Do you want it changed to an agenda form so there's no lines? How would you like to see that?
Well, I guess I'll comment. I think the agenda lines work. I don't know with the examples that were given us. And then again, save the resolution format for recognitions or other important items. Just my opinion. I don't know how you guys feel. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I like the table format. For some reason that helps my mind understand that agenda a little bit more with the table format. But the motions, yeah, making our resolution smaller would be great. I think that, just into motions. Didn't you have though in there something with, it did still have the language, like the background of the motion?
So, you mean when you're referring to a resolution?
Yeah, no, or just when we're making a motion.
Yep.
You still had a background, I thought, in there in an example, or am I making that up in my head?
No, when you do the motion, you spell out most of that within the motion so that you're not doing it in a lengthy resolution, but we'll have the backup documents within the packet so that you're...
Yeah, there's still a written copy for the minutes.
Yep.
Of the background.
Yep.
The history, the context.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
Anyone else?
Support it.
Okay, and I can have the board rules prepared for the next meeting for that change.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Make it a little bit easier. I'm sorry, again, Tracy, Administrator's Review of Selected Claims for Payment and Administrator's Report.
Okay, the claims are in your packet for review. And does anyone have any questions on those? If not, I will move on to Administrator's Report. I had supplied an Administrator's Report in your packet, but also wanted to point out a few things. Been working with Ron Maynard from Economic Alliance with regards to the Materials Management Grant that Steve Bretsch had applied for. We had received that $10,000 and we're working to see what those funds should be used for. So, working on that. Budget documents have went out, and those are due back on Monday, so Stacy will be getting those in the system for preparation to provide to the board. Stacy and I have been working on meeting with a few agencies with regards to health insurance, including the current administrator that we work with. Again, providing them with some ideas of some things that we'd like to see and some changes we would like to see within the health insurance to help save the county money and to possibly save the employees money as well. And then in between our meetings, Stacy will be bringing in our new employee. We have a new employee for accounts payable, working with drains also, and she'll be bringing her in to introduce her to you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? All right, moving on, public comment.
I'd like to take this opportunity if I can. James Kelly, District Director for MSU Extension. I am hoping you might have got an electronic copy of our quarterly report, or a physical copy just in case. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. In fact, I'm not going to reference it at all because you've had a busy few hours already this morning. I will take a moment just to give you a verbal save the date. Within the next week or two, you should be receiving an invitation for an event that we'll be hosting at the research station, which is called Meet Michigan, the College of Agriculture and Natural Resources for Michigan State University is where Extension is housed, along with the Ag Bio Research Department. And the leadership of the college is coming into town as part of a statewide tour. So they are doing 12 events across the state of Michigan. I'm told they last did this in about 2010. They are looking to hear from folks who have an interest in providing some feedback and guidance in the activities of Extension, Ag Bio Research, and the college itself, which could include the academic side of that college. So we will be sending out an invitation on, again, the event is on the 14th at 4 p.m. right here in Hart. So although it's a regional event, of course you guys are primed to be good attendees, hopefully, because it's a little more convenient. And what's nice again is that we'll have really for us, our statewide director will be here for Extension, our statewide director for the Ag Bio Research, potentially the dean of the college itself will be coming in. So some strong leaders within our organization will be in town to collect some feedback. So if you have suggestions, we already have an invitation list of 200 to 300 folks that we recognize as key leaders in that field, but if there are other names that you want to make sure get an invitation to that through your own connections, do let me know, connect with me. So appreciate the time. Thanks.
Thank you, James. Thank you. September. Any other public comment? All right. If not, I will adjourn the Finance and Equalization Committee meeting and probably take a little break. Here.
Yeah. Isn't that swell? Well, you and I talked about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything's good. I said everything's good. Everything's good with me too. So what?
Talk to Terry though.
I sent him a text last night.
Well, it's
I was for sure. Well, I didn't say it twice.
It's a stretch.
I just said how he's doing.
They're right now just moved him down from ICU.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
So they moved him down to a less. She said 1 floor down from ICU, so critical care. And she said,
well, it says here,
well, he'll probably text tomorrow. So, and I said, well, hang in there. You know, because we're in the.
You don't know what's going on.
So without her being here tomorrow?
Sure.
I think I'm gonna block the pig out.
He made a
She texted me just about an hour ago. Get back on the straight path, God is leading before me. You'll come before Christ and redemption draws me.
Yep.
If you've got an accusation, lobby an accusation against me.
Right.
I'm done.
I'll leave you alone.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
895. Boy, Tim, I wanted to get up and just cheer for you the other night.
Yeah. Somebody had to say it.
You caught Walt Urich's attention. He spun around, you sharpened right up, and you listened to every word you said.
Oh, yeah?
You were echoing some of his concerns.
Right.
Big time.
Well,
What we're looking for, Sheriff?
I had about a dozen people approach me afterwards that were new to the meeting, old to the meeting, and tell me they felt exactly the same way. And that's exactly why they're not going to sign it either. So, I'm glad there were 60 or 70 people there.
There were a lot of people wondering.
Yep.
We're still doing, I mean, you're just getting ready for that, so you want to be ready when that data pops, to be able to say, plug it, plug it to the grand, plug it on.
How are you doing?
Oh, yeah, good.
Good.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Yeah, and then the other thing, we'll be reaching out to libraries and some of the foundations about this.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that meeting.
Oh.
You're actually, you're not done yet?
It was kind of tight, to be honest with you. There'd have been more people there. It'd been pretty uncomfortable.
Well, and then that spin he put on it about calling the law.
Yeah.
You know, he's the one who creates all this.
Right. Yeah.
He was prepared to call the law in case Tim got out of line. And he stood up to Tim nose to nose. It was, and so Tim turned to him and Tim straightened up. And then he started sweating. I don't know if you saw him at the end of the meeting. His hair, he was all wet. I think you, he thought he was going to talk you down.
Right. Well, I'm surprised he even called me out on Facebook by name like he did you.
What do you do?
I know. How's that?
New resolution.
Was that quick?
Johnny on the spot, right?
We're just having more fun.
Oh, I gotta redo that.
Well,
one.
did you see
It
this?
was, did you total it? I just
Well-
wanna make sure I got the right amount.
Take this with you, maybe. I did it right here, but.
Okay, I'll run and do that right now.
Just move here tomorrow.
And if not, then we have to hold
Stacy's got Iron down here, she's gonna bring her around
Oh.
and introduce
Good.
everybody.
Great person. Nancy Connolly. I hope my calcs are right on that.
I came up with 600 and something, but I'll look, I'll redo it.
I came up with 800. Now, how did I do it? Oh, I had
Mr. Erickson, there we go.
What? I made my weekly roll.
There you go, all right, no problem, nice to meet you. Yeah, just put it in our office area there.
I don't know why I got 895.
Screen work, eventually.
8 sounds high.
This is not Excel.
Oh.
We grew up.
Yeah, right.
Big hands were following.
Oh, yeah.
I've been trying.
See if we can grab one of the commissioners at one time.
Sorry to interrupt.
Six, 4, 2, 5.
When you say we.
Craig.
Ah, right here.
Fat finger something?
Well, 259,000 instead of 25,900.
That'll do it.
Specific one? Is it a fire department? No. Private user?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi,
Stacy.
Mr. Morris, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Good. We have Jessica.
Hi, Jessica. How's it going? Nice to meet you. So you started this week?
Last week.
Okay,
Yep.
all right.
Yep, almost a couple weeks into it now.
Week two, and she's diving right in.
Okay, good. How are you? So you'll be in the front there?
Yes.
Or Angela's?
Yep,
Going
yep,
over
I'm the
east.
new Angela.
Okay.
She's heard that a lot.
That sounds great. Well, she's not totally retired now anymore either.
Nah, she's just at the other end of the hall.
Yeah.
So I'll be there anytime you want to stop in.
Are you from the area?
I grew up in Lovington,
Okay.
but I live in Shelby now.
I can
Yeah,
make
my
vroom
husband
vroom
and his
noises.
family, they're from Shelby,
That's about
so buy the generational house and.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good to
Yeah,
go.
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I know.
Well, I was gonna try to grab, Mr. Hardy just jumped out, didn't he?
Yeah.
Saw you coming.
Mr. Beck.
Hello.
Hi,
Nice to meet
to meet
you.
you.
Jessica.
Oh,
she's
I'm
our friend
sorry.
out.
Okay.
Remember now,
Yep.
Thomas Peeble,
Hey, I'm
Mary
sorry
Ford,
for my target.
eventually Parks and Rec and Planning, but we'll do some cross training with
There
her.
you go. Try and acclimate her a little bit slowly.
We want her to stay.
Right, right.
Okay, yeah.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you, it's nice to be here.
Okay, we'll see if we can. Ryan, good to see you.
How are you
guys?
Some lunch in the car in the morning. I'm ready. So, I need to write a note to call you. At the house, somebody won't, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, when I don't have a meeting. Like every night, township, village, Weir. Tonight, Scottsville called
Yeah,
bands
for
in
sure.
town, and they got to be there for a combined band program.
5 a.m. this morning, so I
Going
went
to the weekend.
to sleep and I set my alarm and I must have pressed off instead of got up.
I'm doing we found a cemetery in Grant, not Grant County.
I'm somewhere a long ways away.
When did he get home? I found it
Started at like 5 o'clock this morning.
Saturday at Graveside.
Easy to understand. Right?
Graveside burial.
I'm done.
I drive your Corvette this morning? Flowers. Just crazy. Yeah, that's part of closure. I really, I think I need to do it. It's been 3 years since she passed. Let's move forward. Yes. Trying to move up to young kids anymore. We can't go through that internet and sign up hardly all that.
Yep.
So, we do our best. And I,
Yep.
good guy, step on
stretch
over.
of
Somebody who's wrong, and nobody ever
That's
knows
right.
how.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. Most definitely. Sure do.
Yeah. So. Sorry. Well, Gary was interested. Oh, I know, right? I have an 06 Chevy Silverado.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't want to. I got my block Greg's front yard. Just there, no for sale. I'm just park it there. See if somebody comes.
Yeah.
All kinds of money for it.
All right.
It's sold, Gary.
I don't know.
Hey, Ryan.
Sure. Morning, Ron. How are you?
Good morning. Fine, sir.
But I
Ready
just.
to go home. We're back to work.
That's what I'm.
People are dying to see me.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Will you read that one?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'll do 7-2 and
I thought
7-3.
you would be next door to my house the other day. I had my neighbor passed away in hospice. And they had 2 guys came from agency came to visit.
Found with a silver van.
I don't know. I wasn't home when they did.
Well, the deal about Stryker and the cots, and it's like, we are, some 20 years old.
I didn't know. It's just
You have to, I don't have a lot of muscle there, but.
Well, these 2 guys were young. That's how they described it.
Pardon me?
But when I hear about how you just kind of hook it in, and it kind of picks it up, and slides it in, it's like.
They were saying that they had to run those 5 years ago.
Really?
Sure.
Stryker's big, company out of Kalamazoo.
Would everybody like to start so we can finish before 5 o'clock today? And I ask that you stand and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Oceana County Board of Commissioners for August 11th, and ask the clerk to do a roll call, please.
Mr. Beggs?
Here.
Mr. Morse?
Here.
Ms. Mayette?
Here.
Mr. Christians?
Here.
Mr. Hardy?
Here.
Mr. Erickson?
Here.
Mr. Walker?
Here. Thank you. I would ask for a motion to approve the minutes from July 14th, please.
I'll make that motion to approve the minutes of July 14, Christians.
Support, Mr. Morris.
Well, I'll support with one addition, the 2273, the resolution for 2273.
We will add that to the agenda in just a couple minutes.
We're a minute. Oh, my mind's still
like asleep.
Somebody has just a little bit of jet lag.
That's true.
Mountain air.
I do feel that way a little bit. I'm a little foggy. So I do second his motion.
Moved by
To accept the
Mr.
minutes.
Christian, second by Mr. Morris.
No amendments.
To approve the minutes from July 14th. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I should ask, were there any questions about it first? Hearing none. Anybody want to declare a conflict of interest and disclose it on regarding the agenda items? Hearing none. Changes to the agenda.
Here you go, Phil.
I would like to add 2273 resolution item.
Temporary additional hours for the Register of Deeds office.
That's correct. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Morris. With that added, is everybody in, I'd like approval of the agenda? Just a second.
Second.
Pardon me?
I need a second.
We need a second to approve.
I'll second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Approval of the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do you need a motion a second?
No, we did it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment at this time? Mr. Hardy, consideration of proposed resolution for the appropriation of ARPA funds as of recommended by the ARPA Committee, number 22-71.
Resolution 2271 to appropriate $662,493.95 to the following Oceana County departments and projects from the American Rescue Plan Act funds. We'll go through these. Maintenance for the Health Department, $25,158.32. Again, maintenance for the Health Department roof, $106,000. Maintenance for the Health Department crack and seal. Parking lot, $6,452. Maintenance for the courthouse flashing, $3,800. Operating funds for the Brownfield Authority, $10,000. Drain Commissioner revolving fund maintenance, $50,000. Drain Commissioner emergency notification, $6,500. Parks and Rec Black Lake electric and shelter, $45,320. Parks and Rec's Black Lake new parking, $36,000. And Parks and Rec's Gale Pond Board walk renovation, $25,900. Furthermore, the Oceana County Board of Commissioners directs the county administrator to appropriate the ARPA funds to purchase as described. Yes, sir.
You got a different version than I have.
Yep. What happened here?
Oh, what'd I do?
It's probably prior to the change that.
We have the original resolution, but the other ones are left off. after Gales Pond.
This Kirkwood amount is different too, is
Yeah, it is.
Yes,
That is correct.
those are corrections. Those are from after the ARPA meeting. We added those in.
Right. So the amount is correct at 662,493.95. So let me go through. This was a misprint on the list. Sorry.
Correct.
So the amount is the same, and I'm going to go back down through maintenance, health department, carpet, $65,839. Maintenance, health department, roof, $106,000. Maintenance, health department, crack and seal, $6,452. Maintenance, courthouse flashing or roof flashing, $3,800. Operating funds for Brownfield Authority, $10,000. Drain Commissioner revolving fund maintenance, $50,000. Drain Commissioner notification, emergency notification, $6,500. Parks and Recreation, Black Lake Electrical Shelter, $45,320. Parks and Rec Black Lake, new parking, $36,000. Parks and Rec Gale Pond, boardwalk renovation, $25,900. Register of Deeds, digital conversion of records, $108,882.95. Courts, and this is the same thing for workstations and computers and e-filing, $160,000. Maintenance for the health department, which was tree removal, $4,600. Economic Alliance part-time assistant, fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023, $11,200. And Oceana Medical Care Facility for outdoor enhancements, $22,000.
Do we have a support?
I'll support that, Morris.
Moved by Mr. Hardy, supported by Mr. Morris. Any comments or discussion?
Could we have that total amount, please?
Yeah, $662,493.95.
Thank you.
95 cents.
Ms. Bayette?
Please forgive me for not bringing this up during the discussion, but I seem to recall that the Brownfield Authority was supposed to be self-sustaining.
It is, but they did not put in for administrative costs. That's what that 10,000 is for. That was not included in the grant.
And when we discussed it in the committee, this is basically a one-time shot for them because they have to mail stuff out, they have to do a couple of other things with it, so.
Okay.
I look at it as probably seed money to just help them kind of get rolling for their first project.
And that's what the
I
request
kind of
that came in.
assumed that, but is there any chance they'll be reimbursing the county? No?
I can't answer that.
I mean, if they're gonna be making money and getting grants and stuff, then.
Well, I think part of it was the same thing that, you know, you need paper to write stuff down on and envelopes to send things out. And so this is just kind of the seed money to start it off. And that's what the request was. Yes, Mr. Harris.
And to put property back on the tax rolls.
Yeah.
So it's an incentivizes.
I agree. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good question.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question? Roll call vote.
Mr. Hardy?
Here. There, yes.
Now you're here.
Is that an abstention?
You and Phil.
I'm with Phil.
I think I get into that category.
Mr. Morse?
Yes.
Ms. Mayette?
Yes.
Mr. Beggs?
Yes.
Mr. Christian?
Yes.
Mr. Erickson?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Christian, consider the proposed resolution to apply for $5,000 grant through the county's workman's comp, number 22-72.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I would like to make the following resolution. Resolution number 22-72, to authorize the Oceana County Administrator to write and submit a grant proposal for up to $5,000. The object of the grant is to purchase ergonomic equipment for employees for the purpose of injury prevention. The Oceana County Administrator is authorized to accept a grant award from Michigan County's Workers' Compensation Fund
if it is awarded on behalf of the Oceana County Board of Commissioners. Furthermore, the Oceana County Administrator is so authorized to seek for equipment for reimbursement through the grant.
Support.
Moved by Mr. Christian, support by Ms. Mayette. Are there any questions or comments? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Christians?
Yes.
Ms. Mayette?
Yes.
Mr. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Erickson?
Yes.
Mr. Morse?
Yes.
Mr. Beggs?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes. Who wants to do the resolution number 22-73, temporary additional hours for the Register of Deeds office?
Right over here, sir.
Mr. Christian,
We
thank
already
you.
promoted Mr. Christian.
Mr. Walker, it is a pleasure that I can come forward and read the following resolution number 22-73. It will be to allow the Register of Deeds staff to work up to an additional 5 hours per week per employee. This would allow the staff to maintain the workload due to a staff shortage. Staffing hours would return to regular levels when the employee returns. Furthermore, the Oceana County Administrator is authorized to make adjustments with funds to be moved from contingency.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Do we have a support?
Support.
Support, Mr. Erickson. Any comments or questions? Call for the vote, please.
Mr. Christians?
Yes.
Mr. Erickson?
Yes.
Mr. Beggs?
Yes.
Mr. Morse?
Yes.
Ms. Mayette?
Yes.
Mr. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, thank you. Reports from the commissioners.
Payment of claims?
Pardon me?
Payment of claims.
Payment of claims. Payment of
Everybody's got
claims.
delays.
You know, there's only two left at this table that hasn't slipped up. Let's see if we can make it for those two to the meeting. Payment of claims, Mr. Hardy.
Okay, basically I have two that I'm going to read through real quick. This is payment of claims for 7/28 of 2022. Ambulance fund total $26,551.89. FOC fund total $4,091.01. Indigent defense fund $25,107.84. K-9 unit fund $111.98. The Department of Veterans Affairs fund total $5,723.26. Technology and Innovation fund total $2,861.32. Capital Projects Replacement Fund $1,380. Public Improvement Fund total $2,442. Foreclosure Fund total $860. Building Department Fund total $14,021.37 for a general fund total of $473,978. Our grand total of $564,045.45.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Do we have a support?
I'll support that, Morse.
Mr. Morris, thank you.
Did
Any
you read
questions?
both of them, Craig?
You want me to read both, or you want to vote on them individually?
Do you want to do them together or individually?
That's up to you guys, I guess.
Let's do this one. We're here. We have a move by Mr. Hardy, support by Mr. Morris. Any questions on that one? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Morse?
Yes.
Mr. Beggs?
Yes.
Mr. Erickson?
Yes.
Ms. Mayette?
Yes.
Mr. Christians?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes. Mr. Hardy, payment of claims.
Okay, and this is for 8/11/2022. Ambulance fund total $1,621.11. FOC fund total $4,762.32. Automation ROD fund total $2,422.99. Indigent defense fund total $9,526.37. Department of Veterans Affairs fund total $6,179.85. Technology and Innovation Fund $1,247.92. Capital Project Equipment Replacement Fund $4,300. Foreclosure fund total $22,322.67. Building department fund total $15,168.29, for a general fund total of $398,370.21, for a grand total of $468,552.55.
Thank you. Do we have a support?
Go ahead, Phil.
I'll support that one as well, Morse.
Moved by Mr. Hardy, support by Mr. Morris. Any questions or comments? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Hardy?
Yes.
Mr. Morse?
Yes.
Mr. Christian?
Yes.
Mr. Beggs?
Yes.
Mr. Erickson?
Yes.
Ms. Mayette?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes. Comments from the commissioners. Mr. Morris.
Yes, again, apologize that I was late today. I got home at 5 a.m. this morning and
partying.
set my alarm, and I guess I turned it off. Anyway, I do regret missing the Crystal Dam Pond presentation. I got the report, I read the report, but it would have been nice to hear from Spicer folks as well. Maybe I can check with one of you guys to catch up. And then ambulance, the ambulance report too. I regret I missed that. What was the final enrollment for the class? Did he?
Four.
Oh, okay. That's
Four in Hart. Yep.
Okay.
Four.
I was.
And there was a credit given back on this month's bill from the ambulance service.
Oh.
$101,000.
$105,000.
$105,000.
Okay. Thanks.
We
Okay.
received those yesterday.
Okay.
And
Great.
Mr. Erickson, thank you for your diligence on that.
Yeah. And I can ask privately more about it because I do have more questions. The MAC conference is coming up in September. I'm considering going. Do I have your support in attending that? Okay.
$10,000 limit.
Is that all?
You just keep that in mind.
Is it on Mackinac Island this year?
No, it's not. It's in Port Huron, unfortunately. And then how do I access the video to watch what we did today? Where do I go so I can see?
That should be
Or I can
on
direct other
the
people.
website.
Yeah, I think there's a link to it from the same page where our minutes are listed.
I do believe so.
Okay, maybe I closed it down already.
I say don't bring it up right now because you'll get an echo.
Oh yeah, I will. Yeah, I will mute right now.
Okay.
And then it links to a YouTube
So government
page.
And then board and committees. Is that right? Or scheduled meetings? Anyway, you can somebody can show me later. I just
Yeah, do government and then Board of Commissioners.
Yeah.
Agendas and minutes, and there's the first sentence there at the top. There's a link: watch live or on demand.
Oh, I see it. Okay, thank you.
Anything else for us, Mr. Morris?
And that's all I have. Thanks.
Mr. Christian.
Very briefly, the Pentwater Homecoming is this weekend, and it starts a little bit tonight with the band concert. The Scottville Calm Band will be in town. I think that starts at 7 o'clock, and the outside public is certainly invited. They also serve a great strawberry shortcake there on the grounds. So if that's about all I have. Been busy going to meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Erickson.
Yes, sir. Last Saturday I was with Mr. McKean, and we had the pleasure of dedicating the Getty Park in Shelby, Michigan. And I got a beautiful little shovel here. I just can't tell you how cool this little shovel is. But in the dedication of the Shelby Park, we were very fortunate. We had Dan Lord was there from the Department of Natural Resources Grant Division. Paul Inglis, former administrator, village president, gave the presentation. But I've got to mention one person in particular, and it's John Wilson. And John Wilson did a tremendous job for the village of Shelby in procuring that grant so that they could go ahead and transform Getty Park into something that will be good for future generations. There will be a splash park and ball fields, soccer fields, completely renovated park beginning next year. They'll break the ground. But it was a wonderful, wonderful afternoon, and hats off to Gary and John Wilson for the job they did in getting this to happen. And also next week, beginning Wednesday afternoon, we will have the carnival will be in town for 3 days, 4 days prior to the fair, which begins the next week on Tuesday. So August is wrapping up pretty quick.
Thank you, Mr. Erickson. Mr. Beggs.
I don't think I have much to report today.
Thank you, Mr. Beggs. Mr. Hardy.
Yeah, just a couple quick things. Thank you for passing the resolution for the ARPA funds that we've met a couple of times. Tracy has been very helpful in searching where we can actually allocate the money to. There's several different things that we've sent back and forth to the auditing firm to get some clarifications on. It becomes a pretty complicated process, and again, thank you for the ARPA committee spending their time. I think yesterday's meeting was probably 3.5 hours long. And the one previous to that was a couple of hours, but hats off to those folks. And James Kelly, who spoke here today, is also on the committee, but this is basically donated time, and I appreciate the folks coming in and working on that. We did not have a 911 meeting. It was actually canceled, kind of like our commission meeting, for lack of business at that point in time. But one thing I wanted to do, I was just looking up real quick when the EMS spoke about the location of M20 and 128th. I don't know how many of you guys know. I mean, it's kind of feels like it's out in the middle of nowhere, but it's 7 miles from New Era at that point. It's 10 miles from Hesperia at that point, and it's 16 miles to Walkerville. So I think picking any location out there is difficult, but just to give you a reference point. So, you know, if they're running code, you might be 5 to 6 minutes to get to New Era, and vice versa to Hesperia faster. So anyway, I just wanted to point that up, and that's all I have.
Thank you, and Mr. Hardy, thank you for chairing that ARPA committee. I think it was, we can look back, and our former administrator had a lot of foresight in wanting a committee to do that, so we didn't have to sit down at all of our board meetings and go through all of those things.
Yeah.
You know, it works very well. Ms. Mahan.
You will recall a couple months ago that we wrote it, and I presented a resolution for the Wagner Heiser proposed rules update through the Department of Labor, and it was reported in the MI Works meeting that our 2 senators have weighed in support of the resolution with the Department of Labor, but there will be probably, they don't expect any more news until the first of the year.
Very good. Tracy, do you have anything for us?
I don't believe I have anything else.
Annie, do you have anything else for us? Okay. Thank you. I will be glad after 3 o'clock today when the Board of Canvassers does their final meeting.
You and I both.
It's been a long process. Is there any public comment? Mr. McKean, welcome.
Well, finally, at long last, I'm proud to announce the fact that the stairway at Cedar Point Park is now open. So if you have a chance to stop by Cedar Point someday, stop by and see really a great asset that's been put in by Pete Lundborg and Joe Michelson and John Wines and myself and many others. So it's a wonderful place. We're getting many compliments on it. The old stairway is being taken out, so we were able to get the help of the Sheriff's Department the other day, and we were able to get all of the old material off of the pool property. So we no longer are intruding after 40 years on the pool property to the north, so that's a good thing. I did want to point out, Paul brought up the Getty Park program. We really feel strongly about working together in parks throughout the county, and we're trying to put together a program where we can have the Hart Rec Club and also the Shelby Group and also Pentwater, Walkerville, and the county parks come together in some form or fashion and have maybe a joint county-wide parks program rather than everybody trying to go on our own. It's very difficult. As you know, the title of our commission is actually County Parks and Recreation. Unfortunately, as you've heard me talk before, we don't have a lot of recreation. We have a lot of good parks, but recreation is tough to get together with. So that's a good thing. Also, John Bumstead was our senator. He was there the whole time at the Getty Park program. And also John was there at the Ag Farm Field Day on Tuesday, which was out at Caleb Coulter's farm. I would encourage the board members to activate and be part of some of these programs. And it's really important to reach out to the community, both the ag and tourism and all the other areas. So I know you have a lot on your plate, I understand, but it's always good to see a couple of commissioners at some of these meetings where you have 50, 60, 70 people at. So appreciate your time, and congratulations on those who are re-elected, and we look forward to going forward in 23. Thanks.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. McKeon. Any other public comments?
Mr. Chairman, there was a picture passed around. It's got, somebody wrote Lee on it, but I have 3 left, and I know you have one, Paul. And it's a picture of an old picture of Crystal Valley, of where the pond is not there, and it's kind of interesting to look at it, and I wish to share that with you 3.
Thank you. Hearing nothing else, we stand adjourned, and thank you, fellow commissioners.
It's not even 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's
not even 1 o'clock.
You like that? It was? It was a long meeting.
So you think everything else?
That's all right.
You just got, you got an email,
Yes,
reminder.
So I lost one, so I can get
Employer request.
Oh. Do you know what the date is on this?
No, it's 40
Oh,
days.
I'm so proud.
Yeah.
Last time I saw Phil, he was
Just
long
sounded
ways
like
away. Well, his son's graduating.
Yes.
Drug fish went.
Yep. 9 to 5.